Hey, it's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's no idea what day or time it is. It's yeah, it's Friday, January 3rd. Oh, it's a Friday night. Okay, no idea. It is a Friday, January 3rd, and I want to say thank you so much for showing up today. It is 9:30 in the afternoon, or an evening, 9 in the afternoon, and yeah, it's January 3rd, and I'm going to be playing some New World, some Eve, and some FFXI, and thank you for tuning in. And we'll get to it here, and I will drop it off the big face. Don't really have too much to say, except for I love you. Hello. Gonna get down off of this, yeah, and get in my channel. There we are. Going to load all of the games. All of the games. There you go. Okay. Going on to FFXI. Gonna do some crystal sales and we are looking to launch Eve. We'll go her first and then her second. Go into the GeForce now. We will go live on New World Aeternum.
At democracynow.org.
Oops, wrong headphones. Yeah, we'll do some Democracy Now. Hopefully the right wingers will suck a dick and get the fuck out of my channel. That's the first thing that I said today. Hey, right wing, suck a dick and get the fuck off my channel, worthless piece of shit traitor Americans. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, did you cause World War I, World War II, Vietnam, and COVID? Yeah, you did. Get the fuck out of my channel. As I play Democracy Now, you can get the idea. Really clear fucking message. I'm gonna make it big face again. And I'm gonna really, I'm gonna like really help this sink in to your worthless dead ass Republican fucking brain dead piece of shit asses, right? Here's a middle finger for you. Fuck the right wing, fuck the Republican Party, get the fuck out of my channel. No, I don't like you.
/give. We begin today's show with what we know about the two apparent attacks.
And now we're going to talk about how U.S. militarism abroad fuels a lot of violence at home. All of the school shootings, all that other stuff. That falls to the U.S. militarism abroad. It actually is. We cause so many goddamn problems abroad, and we bring it all home here, and then we kill each other here. It's actually really a problem, It sucks, but it is true. And so understand, and we know who caused this problem. It's not the Democrats. It's not the Democrats pushing $1 billion war chest and forever wars in Afghanistan and Patriot Acts and, World War IIs and Vietnams and stuff. That's not the Democrats doing that. You can dream all day that the Democrats sent us to war for the last 100 years, but no, it was the Republicans. Solve for blank, right? Which political party, is it blank or blank, caused war for the last 100 years? Is it blank or blank? If you said Democrat, you're a brain dead moron. If you said Republican, correct. Every war for the last 100 years was absolutely like a life dream for Republicans. Very true. World War I, World War II, Vietnam, COVID. That's all Republicans. It fucking sucks. Afghanistan, George Bush. Nixon, Vietnam. World War II, I don't know if you could really blame that on like an American Republican dictator. That's on Hitler, piece of shit right-wing dictator. And it just goes back to World War I. Piece of shit right-wing dictators. It fucking sucks. And so when you come to understand that you are the cause for all the death and the violence and the sorrow in the fucking world, your political party's directly behind it, you understand why I don't want you in my channel. Get the fuck out.
Attacks that unfolded in the U.S. on New Year's Day.
It's kind of like your Batman and like, all the really shitty Batman villains show up, like Deadlock and, I don't even know, like all the bad, what are the bad, like, Batman villains, right? Trump is like a bad Batman villain. You can't possibly respect him, you can't really respect him at all. So it's like he's a really incredibly bad villain, you know. Even Batman villains you can still sort of respect because they all have some psychological issue that you have some sympathy for. These are like bad fucking Batman villains, like Deadlock and shit. I consider Trump to be like a Deadlock type villain. He's fucking dumb, right-wing piece of shit. And like, you know, and yeah, I opened the stream with this. Yeah, you think I'm afraid of saying this? Fuck the right wing and get the fuck out of my channel. I love saying it. I love opening with this shit. See this? It means not welcome. Get your worthless piece of shit fascist ass the fuck out of my channel. If you're a right-winger, get the fuck gone. You're worthless. You're killing the country. Your president's killing the country. Get the fuck out of my channel. Ooh, I really love saying it too. It really makes me so happy. Yeah, I'm aware I'm an Omega. Yeah. Oh, I can't. Okay, well, then you log out for a moment. So I can go collect my rewards. There we are. You think I'm kidding? No. We're gonna go learn about how your bullshit ass US fucking pro-war, kill everybody in the fucking world, kill and rape everybody in the fucking world US militarism abroad has fueled violence at home, such as, you know, burning the worthless ass Trump Tesla car outside the worthless ass Trump Tesla tower. That's a fun sentence to say. The worthless Trump Tesla car outside of the worthless Trump Tesla tower. You know? I mean, that's what it was. A bunch of worthless right-wing piece of shits, all sucking each other's dicks, killing each other as usual, setting cars on fire, blowing up the world, raping everybody as usual, and you had the right wing.
Response so far. The FBI has identified the driver of the Tesla Cybertruck.
Okay. What is the definition of republicanism?
Outside the Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas.
Please pause. You're so bad at what you do. So you're going to say, what's the definition of a conservative or a Republican? And you're going to say, oh, usually they're a fiscal conservative who, you know, who believes in family values, right? What is that? That's a, oh, my keyboard's dying. I'm going to have to switch my cord. So, yeah. What do we think of Republicans as? We think of them as fiscal conservatives who believe in family values, right? That's what they would want us to believe. But no, my definition of the right wing. Yeah, we'll do the definition of the right wing. What is the definition of the right ring? And I'm gonna tell you, it is violence. Free enterprise and private ownership, and typically favors socially traditional ideas, the conservative group or section. Violence is for some reason not here. But in the primary, you know, we're going to have to change the Oxford Dictionary definition of the right wing, because at no point do you see violence here. And that's very weird, because to me, that's the core tenet of the right wing, is violence. I don't think they would disagree. I don't think they like me saying it, but I don't think they would disagree. Is the burnt army tag proof? Is it enough proof for you that violence is by the ways and means by which that they intend to do their stuff?
Vegas Wednesday morning as 37-year-old Matthew Livelsberger of Colorado Springs. He died from
Colorado fucking Springs has got to be the worthless, most piece of shit right-wing fucking cesspit in the goddamn fucking planet. Fuck Colorado Springs.
A self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head moments before his rented car.
From the fucking gigantic fucking Christian cross out there on I-25 as you drive into Colorado Springs, to the 15 churches that line every fucking like freeway off-ramp. I'm sorry, but yeah, Colorado Springs, ew.
Are packed with fireworks and fuel canisters burst into flame.
Why did you blow up this idiot Tesla car outside this idiot Trump tower? What's the fucking point of all of it? It's like some fucking message that we're never going to be able to fucking interpret. Why did you do this? What did it mean? And what, I mean, just why? Just why? Why did you do this? What did it mean? What, I mean...
And during 7.
I'm sure it's some right-wing explosions and guns and bomb thing. I mean, I'm sure. I can see the explosions and the guns and the bombs and the death. And I think, oh, the Republicans are acting up again. You know, to me, Republican and conservative is synonymous with this sort of violence. I don't really see anything but this sort of violence out of them. Am I wrong? Consulting the last 100 years, I really can't think of anything but COVID death, Afghanistan death, 9/11 death, fucking Vietnam death, fucking World War II death, World War I death, just all at the feet of the Republican Party. I hate blaming all of the world's problems on the Republican Party, but most of all the war and all the deaths stem directly from the conservatives.
Burger.
It's kind of crazy. You look around the half burnt down pre kindergarten classroom, and you look around and there's a bunch of fucked up, like scarred, like smoke ridden, like, you know, emotionally damaged kids who have been just completely traumatized by something. And you look around the fucking room and there's a right winger standing there with a bottle of gasoline and crazy stuff coming out of his eyes, and you're like, it must be society that hurt all these children and caused all these wars and caused all these diseases, right? It's society that did all this. It isn't the crazy right winger with all the fireworks and explosions and gasoline over there, is it? You know, all the school shootings, the Dillons and the Klebalds, is it the left wing doing that? No, it's that pro-war, generation kill, bullshit ass right wing fucking push to turn all of our young men into fucking Leatherface.
Was an active duty member of the Army. He was a Green Beret and Special Forces Master Sergeant.
You think I'm throwing bombs? To me, shit, I've been saying this since I was 13 years old. You think it's like, oh, it's provocative and shocking what I'm saying. But no, we've been saying this. Everybody that I know, pretty much everybody that I know has been saying this since I was 13 years old. That you caused World War I, you caused World War II, that Nixon caused Watergate and COVID and 9/11, and the Republican Party is pretty bad. They're like pretty bad. What's up, killer? The killer is what I call George Bush Jr. because he killed 3,300 of his own troops in 9/11. I full-blown do. I really think of these people as the problems in the world. I think I'm the only one who can see them for who they are. Did Democrats cause World War I, World War II, Vietnam, COVID, and 9/11? No. Nope. They fought bitterly against it. They lost, so we had them anyways. But did they cause it? No. I like looking at causality.
From 2017.
Why do we burn the idiot Tesla car outside the idiot Trump Tower? Idiot. Why do we do this? I mean, what does this attain? Oh man, you really scarred the fucking ceiling of this underground parking garage with your Tesla car smoke. You fucking brain-dead piece of shit, violent car fire starting fucking piece of shit. Way to smoke damage that roof, you fucking moron. You could go actually do something. Or you could burn the roof of the Trump fucking hotel and give him a bunch more PR.
Into 2019, he served 3 tours of duty in Afghanistan.
Oh, good! You spent 12 years in Afghanistan so you could come back home and blow up a car in a fucking Trump hotel parking lot. Really wise. Excellent fucking choices. Excellent life choices.
Before that, he deployed to the Republic.
I'm sure 12 years in that quagmire hell was worth you blowing up this car in the Trump hotel parking lot. I absolutely believe it was.
Of Congo, Ukraine, and Tajikistan.
Why did you run over a bunch of fucking people in your own country, you worthless piece of shit traitor cocksucker? Fuck you. And the right-wingers who roll with you. Go suck a dick.
Leibelsberger was on leave from his base in Germany. FBI Special Agent Spencer Evans said Thursday.
Oh, good. You're off on leave on your 12th year of service or whatever, so you're just going to go blow up a car in a Trump hotel parking lot at home? I mean, come on, man. Do you listen to yourself talk? For fuck's sake. The lack of critical thinking out of these fucking morons who are the same age as me is so fucking bad. It's so fucking bad. I spent my entire life developing my critical thinking and fucking thinking skills. You spent your entire life learning how to blow up that car in Trump's fucking hotel parking lot. You fucking moron.
day, investigators are still searching for a motive.
We know we have a bombing, absolutely, and it's a bombing that certainly has factors that raise concern. It's not lost on us that it's in front of, of the Trump building, that it's a Tesla vehicle, but we don't have information at this point that definitively tells us or suggests it was because of this particular ideology or any of the reasoning behind it.
The FBI says it has
no. This was a crazy right-winger army dude who blew up a car and ran over a bunch of people. Left wing wasn't present here. Nothing. That's why it seems like a fucking mystery to you, because it's entirely right-wing bullshit. And the problem with the right-wing bullshit is it's so low IQ, it never makes sense. So it always mysticizes us. Why the fuck did this goddamn moron kill a bunch of people by running them over and then blow up a car outside of a fucking hotel? Why? I'll tell you why. Stupidity and the lack of a good education system. The oligarchs stole the money from the fucking education system, so people are just too dumb to know not to do this stuff anymore. They're just too dumb. They don't know not to do it. They don't know how much heartache and problems this causes people. Or if they do, they're morally fucking bankrupt and did it anyways.
Not found a...
These aren't Americans. These are worthless piece of shit right-wing fucking nuts. They're all like this. The guy who shot Trump, the guy who fucking, this guy, they're all like this. They think that bombs and guns and craziness are gonna fix our fucking problems. Go suck a dick, worthless right-wing killer. You and your 9/11 cohorts can suck a dick. Your Patriot Act cohorts, you can suck a dick. For real.
Link between the Las Vegas man and the suspect in the New Orleans attack.
All the suspects of the last 500 school shootings really seem to vote Republican.
Earlier.
Da, 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 da. Another school shooting happened today. Da, da, da. This fucking right-wing moron ran over 15 people, then blew up a car outside of a Trump hotel. Da, da, da. You really think a leftist did this? This Green Beret, you really think he's a leftist? You can all dream that he is. No, it's another crazy, violent right-wing nut who's living out the violence that is the actual fiscal conservative party. I don't really see the difference between the word Republican and the word violence. I think they're the same thing. They only ever occur at the same time.
Hours earlier on New Year's.
Wars. You understand? Wars. Endless war. Endless fucking, defense budgets that are $1 billion or some shit or whatever, $1 trillion or whatever.
Day. Both men served in the U.S. Army, including overlapping assignments at Fort Bragg in North Carolina.
Is it the Army's fault? No, we love our Army. We love our troops. This isn't the Army's fault. This is stupidity's fault. Brain dead, brain rot, iPad generation into stupidity, and a lack of a good education system. It is not the Republicans' fault that this happened. They just caused it. The lack of a good education system is the causality. It's not the Republican Party. I don't lay this at their feet as blame. I'm saying, you did this. You are this. You caused this. You caused these wars. And it's not some blame thing. I'm just saying, you did this. Factually, it's true. You did all of these things. World War I, World War II, Vietnam, COVID, 9/11, and fucking Afghanistan are all at the Republicans' feet. All of them. You guys like war. It's the only truth that I really feel I can really, I can internalize. You guys like war. You like your war movies. You like your Saving Private Ryan. You like your war. You like your war. You believe in it as a solution to your problems. I do not. You believe in running 15 people over on Bourbon Street because you don't care about violence and you don't care about the sanctity of life and you don't know how hard it is and how much money it is to fucking gestate something for 9 months and then bring it to birth and then fucking care for it and love it for 18 years until it's an adult. Do you know how many millions of dollars and how many thousands of people are involved in the care of one single human being? And you go out and you take 15 of their lives away. Do you have any idea how much money that is even? It's like 50 or 60 million million. Do you have any idea how much money 15 lives in America comprises of? We're worth a lot of money. It's kind of insane. And we can't stand you, you worthless right-wing piece of shit fucking cocksuckers, blowing up the world, starting every war, sucking each other's dick all the time, and that violent fucking nightmare that you want to call reality. I don't want it. I don't want the violent nightmare that you call reality. I don't want it. You can go take it back wherever you came from. We all know where it is. That's hell. You work for Satan. You got a pro-death, pro-war, pro-fucking, you know, like fascism initiative. You think World War II was funny. You know, I'm sorry, but I really do believe this about the right wing. I think they think that shit was funny. I'm sorry. I've seen enough of their movies and enough of their bullshit to understand. They think that shit's funny.
Used to be called, but there's no evidence.
They don't think the death is funny. They love when it happens. They think it's funny. They stand and they watch. They have their media take pictures of it. They like war.
They knew each other. President Biden Wednesday said the FBI had named 42-year-old
Nope.
Texas-born U.S. citizen, U.S. Army veteran Shamsuddin Jabbar as the suspect who rammed his pickup truck into throngs of revelers on Bourbon Street early Wednesday, killing 14.
I've directed them to keep looking. The individual who ran into the truck that exploded in Las Vegas also served as active.
Oh, shitty right-winger fundamentalist. You don't like it when Americans drink and fuck on Bourbon Street? Do you not like it when people have sex and you don't have sex because your bullshit-ass religion made you too taboo? Oh, we're so evil because we have sex and drink. Yeah, you better kill us all, you fucking worthless fundamentalist right-wing cocksucker. Take your taboo fucking bullshit-ass bullshit about religion somewhere the fuck else. This is America. Your shit doesn't count here. We don't follow your God or whatever. Like, we don't care about your taboo around sex or whatever your shame is. You want to play God's you want to play God's job. You want God's job. You want to judge us. You want to take Allah's job and you want to judge us for Allah. You are Satan. Your violence makes you Satan. Your right-wing party makes you Satan. Your backing of this right-wing political violence and all this stupid shit. I mean, you don't back it, but you don't care either. You don't stop it.
To do the U.S. Army. And the FBI is working with the Department of Defense on
I'm going to talk about attitudes here. Every time that you hear about some jihadist explosion that cost a bunch of lives and made us all cry and everything, you want to know what America's actual response to that is? Like, oh, that's a Monday. That's fine. We're used to that. And that's what your political violence and bullshit for the last 50 years has done to us. We're like, oh, that's a Monday. Oh, that dude running over 15 people on Bourbon Street, that's a Monday. That's what this does to us. It desensitizes. When you bring your bullshit-ass conservative violence wherever you go, it desensitizes us. That war that you did for 20 years, Afghanistan, it gave us all PTSD and desensitized us. Why did we go to that war? Because you killed a bunch of people in your own country? Why did we go to that war, right wing? Why do we go to that war, right wing? Why do we have the Patriot Act, right wing? Why do we have the Vietnam War, right wing? I'm serious, why? Why? Because you need to kill people?
Investigating, including the service members' possible motives and all those he worked with.
Jabbar had posted 5 videos to social media in the last few hours before the attack, pledging allegiance to ISIS and discussing
ISIS isn't real. Do not listen to these piece of shit, right-wing, white, spy master, CIA, cocksucker liars. ISIS isn't real. Do not listen to that lie from 23 fucking years ago that they couldn't pass off on the fucking public 23 years ago. They think that we've accepted this lie for 23 fucking years and we're just fucking taking it still. No, a bunch of us really don't believe you when you say that Osama bin Laden fucking caused 9/11. That's George Bush Jr. I don't care how many times you try and sell me this fucking lie about fucking people over there who crash planes into our building. I don't care how many times you try and sell it to me. Or you manufacture some fucking lie with your CIA bullshit. You have some dude run over 15 of your own troops on, on fucking Bourbon Street or whatever. I don't care how much lies you want to tell. We know who caused 9/11.
Plans to kill his family.
And it's not some person in a sand cave. It's the fucking CIA, Cheney, and George Bush Jr. working as the catalyst. How you backed that fucking killer? How you went over there to kill those innocent people after we killed our own people and then blamed it on them? How you went over there and did this is beyond me. You wear this fucking shit as a sign of pride. I am not proud of this. I am not proud of the American murder overseas. I'll never be. I'm not proud of the American murder overseas when we went over to Afghanistan and tried to fucking raid some other country like we just weren't doing it. We were there socking them in the face and we were like telling the world's media, we're not doing anything. We're not doing anything. We're there like fucking sacking a country. So you kill 3,000 of your own people in 9/11 so you can tell a lie to the American public so you can go overseas and get 3,000 other Americans killed in fucking the valley and sack another country, establish democracy or whatever you call Rust rating and on the world scale. But I mean, you Rust rated fucking Afghanistan, you worthless piece of shit, right-wing cocksuckers. And no, we didn't forget it. It's like when the dude rapes or murders somebody and he's trying to hide in plain sight in his workplace or in a school or something like that, and everybody knows what you did and it hasn't come out yet or whatever, but everybody in the fucking world knows what you did.
Both Jabbar...
You can try and sell me this ISIS lie 23 years later with these headlines about a terrorist like running people over on Bourbon Street. I don't believe you. I'm terribly sorry. I fucking don't. I don't believe a single word that the fucking media said here. I don't. I trust democracy now more than I do the media.
Were divorced. CNN reports Jabbar's second wife had a restraining order against him during their divorce.
Yeah, they're always right. They're always right-wing rapists. It's insane. They're almost all right-wing rapists, or they're really sick, one or the other, or they're like Dylan and Klebold, and they're like doing doom waz stuff. They're always this weird right-wing fucked up culture that like worships Full Metal Jacket, and like I know because a bunch of them are my fucking friends. They worship Full Metal Jacket. They worship Generation Kill. They worship these worthless piece of shit racist fucking movies that are pro-war. You know what else? Full Metal Jacket, Apocalypse Now, Platoon. They worship Terminator and all these other weird things. Trust me, I know their type. I've been around them all my life. I fought them all of my goddamn life. They like war. They did this so they can push more war.
In recent months,
it doesn't look the murder of 15 people on Bourbon Street. It doesn't make much sense when you look at it from the outside. But when you understand that they're just killing more people to support more violence, it does make sense. It does though.
Leibelsberger had reported
they like killing people. They are Generation Kill. There's a reason that fucking movie is named that. They like calling these people T-heads and stuff like this. They are fucking fucked up. They've ruined this goddamn country, and I won't stand with them. To me, they're worse than Nazis.
Removed pictures of himself from Facebook.
You can tell what the Nazis wanted. They wanted to kill the Jews. I can't tell what the fuck these piece of shit right-wing fucking fascist racists want. I have no idea what they want. They cause all these crazy fucking murders and wars and stuff. I have no idea what they want.
Facebook in which he proposed to his partner and cradled his newborn baby in his arms. On Thursday, President-elect Donald Trump blamed what he called Biden's open borders policy for, quote, radical Islamic terror.
Yeah, I'm sure blaming ISIS is a good idea.
Terrorism, an apparent reference to the New Orleans attack. President Trump said
I mean, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna type this into my Google so you understand where the fuck I stand. Is ISIS even real? Is ISIS even real? The answer is no. It's a right-wing piece of shit fucking assassin lie. No. Although ISIS no longer rules the territory, has no leader, and isn't real, the group still has an influence and can inspire attacks. Yeah, every time some piece of shit right-wing moron wants to blow up some public square or murder 15 people on Bourbon Street, they blame it on ISIS, yeah? Yeah. But I mean, is it real? No. They could resurgence. They could. But they're not real. They've never been real. You know, you understand that there's a big lie here where they're like, yes, there's real, but we just don't have any proof. There is no leader. There's no organization. They don't have a territory. They don't live. They aren't real. They don't exist. You want to know why it took them 18 years to catch like fucking Osama bin Laden? Because Osama bin Laden wasn't real. You can't catch that. How do you kill that which has no life? That's literally what I think of about Osama. How do you kill that which has no life? And I know you don't want to hear this. I don't fucking care what you think. This is the truth.
Once again, that
I don't care if you think it's like hyperbole or whatever. It's not. This is the goddamn truth. This is what actually happened. They crashed a plane into a building and then detonated thermate for fucking 13 floors to bring it down on itself and implode and kill 3,300 of their own troops so they could go over there and search. Remember, this was supposed to be Osama bin Laden, but the first thing that we did after they lied about 9/11, killed 3,000 of our own people, and went over to the Middle East, you know, the first thing that they did was the Patriot Act. The second thing that they did was going to figure out where the weapons of mass destruction that Saddam Hussein had. That was the second thing that they did. Finally, 18 years later, they caught Osama bin Laden in some sort of fucking lie or whatever. And, you know, and that was the third thing that they did 18 years later. But what they absolutely did not do is I'm sorry, but I'm just going to leave it there.
people coming from outside of the country.
What they absolutely did not do is get into some kind of global conflict with some kind of crazy, mythical, global terrorist force that they can blame all their fucking right-wing murder problems on and then fucking tell us that we've got to go to war. I don't trust them. I don't like them. Fuck them. Fuck their pro-war, the world according to my asshole fucking reality. And fuck them and their worthless, warmongering, shyster fucking piece of shit asses. You know what I'm saying?
Or more dangerous.
Lawfare is their tool. I call them shysters because lawfare is their tool. The lawfare in the media is how they do what they do.
Dangerous than people at home. Soon after, President Biden said that the Texas man was a U.S.-born Army veteran. Meanwhile, Trump's incoming senior director for counterterrorism,
Shyster.
Sebastian Gorka, also responded to the New Orleans attack.
They are shysters. Would you like the definition of shyster? I know that you didn't get a good education, so you don't know what a shyster is. You know, a shyster is a person who acts in a disreputable, unethical, or unscrupulous way, especially in the practice of law, politics, or economics. Synonyms of shyster include pettifogger, offender, wrongdoer, evil, worthless, piece of shit. You know, there's a lot of different words that we use for these fucking shysters. But, you know, I'm sorry, is it S-H-I-E? No, it's S-H-Y? No, shyster is S-H-I-E. Yeah. The etymology of the word is not generally agreed upon. Some say the word was coined by a Manhattan newspaper editor in 1843 from the vulgar German word for scheiss. Yeah, it's a shitter. You know, it's a shitter. Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, 9/11 was not caused by Osama bin Laden. 9/11 was caused by a king shyster, a king shitter called George Bush Jr., Cheney, and the Republican Party. There's nothing you could ever say to change my mind. I've seen so much goddamn evidence of this over the last 23 years. So much paperwork, so many court cases, so much testimony from experts, you know what I'm saying, who just won't back their piece of shit Republican racist go to Afghanistan. Oh wait, was it Afghanistan? I'm sorry, go to Iraq. I'm sorry, we're going to Iraq. Was it I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I can't keep your lies straight. I'm sorry. I haven't been able to keep your lies straight. That lie about Osama bin Laden, I haven't been able to keep that lie straight for 23 years. Did we go over there to stop Saddam Hussein for weapons of mass destruction, or did we go over there to get bin Laden? I can't remember which lie you told 23 years ago. And so you can go on and lie about how ISIS caused the Bourbon Street drive over. But no, this is Republican core, at its core, it's Republican right-wing political violence. The act is, at its core, is right-wing Republican political violence. The act itself of running over those 15 people is an act of right-wing core Republican political violence. It is right at its core. Right at its core. It's what caused it. It's a gun nut running over a bunch of innocent fucking people. It's the right wing that caused this. You think the left wing put a gun in that guy's hand and a bunch of bombs in his trunk and told him to go run 15 people over? No, I'm fairly sure that Fox News taught him to do that.
Gorka advised Trump in his first term, but was pushed out after the Forward revealed he once had ties to a Hungarian far-right Nazi-allied group and that he supported an anti-Semitic racist paramilitary militia.
Oh, good! The guy that Trump hired to run our military is a confirmed piece of shit right-wing Nazi. Am I surprised? No, not at all. It would be very, 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 very surprising if he wasn't like that. It would be very surprising if he wasn't like that. I know you don't want to hear this because Fox News doesn't tell you this stuff because you live in that fucking echo chamber. But I listen to all 5 of the political entities in this country. And and I just don't live in that Fox News echo chamber of Generation Kill. I just don't do it. You can go suck your own dicks with Generation Kill. I don't live in that fucking bubble where you call people T-heads and fucking and drop bombs on them. I just don't do that. I'm not fucking like you. I watched, Lawrence of Arabia, and I learned something. You're just a worthless piece of shit rapist. Racist. Confirmed rapist, not confirmed racist. Yeah, Trump is a confirmed rapist. He's not a confirmed racist yet. We kind of confirmed it when he kicked the black man out of his rally. I've heard nasty stuff about the things he said to waiters and stuff like this, but I wouldn't say he's a confirmed racist. I would say that's probably actually a false statement. But he is a confirmed rapist.
In Hungary while he served as a Hungarian politician. Gorka spoke on the right-wing news outlet Newsmax.
I love opening up the fucking echo chamber for the piece of shit right-wingers that are destroying this country every bullet at a time, you know? I fucking love just blowing their fucking minds. They realize that, oh my God, there is a dissenting left and they've always been there, but they never, ever, 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 ever talk to me because they actually really, 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 really do believe that you are the evil empire and you are Palpatine. So no, I don't ever talk to the right wing. I don't ever talk to them. I don't care to. I just would prefer to wipe them out. That's like working with the Nazis. I mean, it is working with the Nazis. What's the difference? I don't see one. So, no, I don't work with Nazis. I'll not go home to my family at night and be like, I worked with some Nazis today to work across the aisle and all this. No, no, that division bell has rung and you guys have caused too many world wars and too many, world war diseases like COVID and too many fucking Rust ratings, sacking of other country scenarios like Afghanistan and Iraq and all that. And you kind of reared your ugly Palpatine head and you kind of full-blown went super Satan. And so now I kind of hate you and want you to die. I really hate you and I want you to die. I'm sorry, but I do. You signed up with Super Satan, and you've gone Super Satan. And it's not too good. Most of the world is dying in terrible political violence right now.
And every single one of our Newsmax viewers, you are on the front line of the war against global jihadism.
Oh, yeah.
It's not just our tier one.
I do it all the time. They told me this when I was 16 years old. They're like, you are the forefront of the war against global terror. And I'm like, yeah, I'm badass G.I. Joe. I'm going to go kill me some motherfuckers. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah.
It's not just...
Hot shower.
Guys at Dam Neck, the SEALs, or the guys over the wire at Bragg. You, like the people on Bourbon Street, are on the front line.
Yeah, they're killing us.
So be aware. Keep your head.
I keep my head on the swivel when I go out in public because I'm really scared some right winger with an M16 is going to open up on me in public. It won't happen statistically, thank God. But I still have this fear because it happens every day statistically, something like 380 times a year. So, I mean, statistically, sooner or later, how long till you are in a public place and some right-winger with a bunch of ex-military history opens up with an M16? How long till that happens? I actually really live in that sort of fear. I don't like living in that fear, piece of shit right-wing. Put down the guns. Put down the guns now. Voluntarily. I'm not going to take them from you. I'm going to require you to do the responsible thing and disarm this violent-ass public. Or whatever you want to call it. Not disarm them, but... definitely make sure that they can't do stuff like this. you know?
Head on a swivel. And if you hear people doing strange
I don't
things,
know about
acting,
disarm. I don't think you can disarm America. I'm talking about I want America to come to the water. I want the horse that is America to come to the water willingly to drink. I don't want to force them.
peculiarly, apparently this individual converted to Islam last year. You
Right.
need to also share that information.
For more, we're joined by Mike Preisner, an Iraq War Army veteran.
One of the things that bothers me about this is we never say, this was horrible, we can't have this, we're outraged, we must stop this. Our kids are murdering us, our fucking people are murdering us. We have a school shooting almost every day and all this. You never ever hear actual outrage. I think most of this country loves this shit. I think they want to wake up and watch it on the news. You never see somebody actually being like, stop this madness. You never do. You never ever see a politician being like, I will stop this now. You know, like I will pass some law or something. You never ever see something. You never ever see anybody ever get upset about the state of the world. They just list it off on their media. They're like, there was another school shooting on Bourbon Street today.
Who's been watching these developments.
They don't ever abhor it or tell us how to stop it or get organized to go prevent this sort of sickness in our youth and in our fucking armed services and stuff, you know. But no, it's more like, oh, another bunch of people died today. Ha ha ha, let's get our popcorn. Ha ha ha. It really feels like that to me. That's like the American media. Ha ha ha, a bunch of people died. Let's get our popcorn. Ha ha ha. It's never like, let's stop this now. It's never ever like, let's stop this now. It's like, ha ha ha, a bunch of people died on Bourbon Street. Let's get our popcorn now and watch the news. You know, and I'm sorry, but that is the attitude that I see out of America. It's not just laziness. It's entropy. It's full-blown entropy. When school shootings are the law of the land, entropy will have killed us. We must stand up to this fucking violence and say that everything matters. Your nihilism of saying that lives don't matter or that you can just waste 15 people like they don't exist, like they don't have value or something like that is so fucking disgusting. It's the same old bullshit violent right-wing thing. Violence is necessary. Violence is necessary. No, motherfucker. Jesus and every smart motherfucker in the fucking history of man has told you that no, violence is not necessary. Worthless piece of shit. Mahatma Gandhi proves to you that no, violence is not necessary. It never is.
Developments closely. He previously co-founded March Forward, an anti-war group of veterans and active service members, and worked with Veterans for Peace and another group called About Face. He still works as a GI organizer. Michael Preisner joined the U.S.
About
Army.
Face is such a good name for that.
In 2001.
I love that name. It's an About Face. Yep.
When he was 7.
When the Army comes, they have the discipline of a well-oiled machine, and they show up and they're Semper Fi Marines like do their march forward, and they present arms and they twirl and they step and they go on parade and they show the world how much discipline they have. It's time to take that discipline and show the world that you actually had discipline instead of just saying that you had discipline, and make your own stand as warriors against the fucking violence that the political idiots have taken us to with the death of the education system. It is your job as warriors to put down an about face. These leaders are sending us to war for no reason. It is your job. You must use that discipline that you were taught. We require you to. About face now. Ooh, 36 grand. Yeah. 36 grand. Oh, yeah.
And left the military in 2005. His company participated in the 2003 U.S. invasion of Iraq, where he served for a year. He hosts a podcast for service members called Eyes Left. In June, his report for the Empire Files was headlined "Dozens Quitting U.S. Military Over Gaza in Protest, Voices of Hidden Unrest Within the Ranks." Mike Preisner, welcome to Democracy Now! Thank you for joining us from Portland, Oregon. If you can start off by responding to these two attacks. Now, again, the authorities say they see no connection between the two. They think both men acted alone. They did use the same app to...
Let's see how much money I made while I was sleeping. This is one of my favorite things to do every day. Oh, I'm on the wrong character. Oops. But I mean, I have $1 billion on this character, which is a lot. I don't even know where I got all that. Oh my god. Oh, I sent it. I think I sent it. Let's see how much money I made while I was sleeping. I think it says right here, doesn't it? I don't know. No, it doesn't say. It's fine. Log in. We're going to go see how much money I made while I was sleeping. Yeah.
Rent their cars. Livelsberger rented in Denver an EV, one of those.
Leave Denver out of this. Why did you have to come from Colorado Springs? I hate Colorado Springs. It's this right-wing cesspit shithole. It's the worst part of Colorado.
Tesla Cyber trucks, which looks like a tank. And you have Jabbar, who launched this attack in New Orleans, used his car as a weapon, his EV pickup truck. But both men were in the military. You have Livelsberger, a Green Beret, and you have Jabbar, who was in the military for more than a decade, now a military vet.
Now, they know that they'll get hits by saying that our people who were in Afghanistan are now going crazy and causing Bourbon Street. And that's the outside look of the left, but I'm here to tell you what the inside look of the left is. It's that
veteran talk.
You had at least 10 years as an Army Green Beret. You had more discipline than this. You knew better than doing this, but you did it anyways.
About what took place.
I'm not saying that right-wingers cause violence. I'm saying that right-wingers are violence.
New Year's, Mike.
Right. Well, both of these incidents.
You couldn't say they cause violence, really. That would just be the bad actor that's, running people down. I would not say the right wing caused this. I would just say that the right wing is this political violence. That's who they are. That is their core tenet.
Individuals seem quite different.
Night of the Long Knives, beer hall pushed, right wing pushes. The January 6th, beer hall push, where right wings go crazy and destroy their countries and cause world wars. Beer hall pushed. January 6th. Same thing.
Different, other than the fact that both of them seem to be triggered by relationship issues. But the main thing that links them is the fact that
You guys know what I mean by beer hall pushed? I imagine you probably don't. The beer hall pushed, excuse me, I misspelled. The beer hall pushed, also known as the Munich Putsch, was a failed military coup d'etat in Munich, Bavaria on November 8th and November 9th of 1923, when a bunch of drunk, fucked up, rapist, murderer Nazis all got really drunk in the beer hall and then went on down to the Reichstag to fucking burn it. Like January 6th.
Military service is now the #1 predictor of becoming what is called a mass casualty offender.
Yeah, it sucks, but America's got a very terrifying signal that we might be Nazis. Yeah, because we had a beer hall pushed. We absolutely did. Yeah, just like when the Nazis came to power, we almost toppled the government. It was insane. And I don't even know. I just know that I fear these people.
Surpassing even mental health issues as a profiler. There are many different consequences of having a massive military empire, the biggest.
Oh yeah, so how much money did I make while I was sleeping? Let's see. Oh my God, I made 600 million. Yeah, I was at 1.4 yesterday. I made 5. I made 500 million while I was sleeping.
Humanity has ever seen, both in its sheer size, its expanse around the world, one that is constantly engaged in endless and morally indefensible wars around the world. And one of those consequences is the violence abroad coming back against people at home.
Yeah, that's what happens. You guys write big war checks that our butts have to cash. We're the people that you run over on Bourbon Street while you play this weird, shitty World War game of violence. We're the people. We're the people that die. We're the public. Every time you drop some bomb on fucking Gaza or Israel or Palestine, right? Every time you drop some fucking bomb, where are the people who die? Not the piece of shit Republicans that constantly send us to war. It's the public that pays the fucking blood cost of this. We're the troops that go over there and try and sack Afghanistan for your worthless piece of shit violent raider asses. We're the people who about face and turn around and say, fuck you, I won't sack your enemies for you anymore. Not if they're innocent, no. And we're the people who used to be better than that, but we're not anymore. Political violence is our rule. There's a school shooting every day. Where do you think we got all that? Is it the hippy-dippy, peace-loving leftist liberals who push John Lennon and marijuana and, you know, butt-fucking in public and orgies and stuff like this? No. It's the right-winger who really likes the guns, who stands and marches outside with their M16s and pushes the NRA and fights and sues and pays for a gun lobby and all this, and then causes all the world wars. Did you really think that it was these people that caused Afghanistan? So here's me. I'm like John Lennon. John Lennon, excuse me. I'm like John Lennon. Thank you, Yoko Ono, for the excellent content for my stream. I've liked this up to your channel. Thank you for making this possible. I understand that a lot of people maybe don't like that you control what happens, but I think it's better that a human face like Yoko Ono, who John really loved and had kids with, controls the estate of John Lennon. She is his wife. It should go to her. That is what we've always done since the dawn of man. And yeah, and thank you, Yoko Ono, for making this really personal scene possible for me, the public, to see. Yeah, we're the drugged out hippies. And you think we caused all of these problems? Fuck no. We're the drugged out hippies doing the bed in for peace. We're not these people who drop bombs on you. That's the right wing. It's always the right wing. When we do war, we hug people and we tell them we forgive them. It's true. When the left does war, we come to the table and we say, oh, we need both sides' interests to be pursued. So we're going to look into the interests of both sides and we're going to come up with a solution that fixes all of the problems. What we don't do is run you over on Bourbon Street after 21 years of military service. That's something we don't do. You could never say we're guilty of that, no. Did you really think it was the left that caused Afghanistan and 9/11, COVID, World War II, Vietnam, and World War I? No. The right wing, to me, is synonymous with war. They get very upset when we're not at war. They drum our, politicians into defense budgets and all this. They get very upset when we're not at war. They lose a lot of money.
Yeah. You're all going for a week? Is this what's happening? Yeah.
Yep, I'm just hugging my daughter. Hug son. Hugging my son. Making love to my wife. Lying in bed. I'm not going out there to fight your fucking war. Fuck you, piece of shitiots. Did you really think it was the left that caused all of these problems? No, we're the peacenik pothead, on the road Kerouac hippies who who don't believe in systemic problems. The way that you believe in patriotism and private funding and a strong military, I believe in a weak military.
Oh, let's get Joker because she's crushed. Joker, come here.
Too much drugs. That's your problem, hippie. Too much drugs. I know. Get the fuck out of here, hippie. Too much drugs.
On the 5th of May, Lisa Minnelli makes the bed.
Is high.
It's a bed-in, folks.
It's a bed-in, folks. We're not doing anything. We're definitely not fighting your fucking war. It's a bed-in, folks. Remember,
Okay, I'm here to help.
I love you, John and Yoko. Sure, we look crazy. We do. We want to look crazy. We're that crazy person who tells you you've gone too far and we're making our stand against you without ever swinging a fucking fist, much less pulling a trigger like you. Remember love. All we are saying is give peace a chance.
Incidentally, a number of people have been asking about separate interviews at other time.
That's okay. They can all have exactly what they want.
Good.
7 days.
Bet in for peace, bitch. We're not fighting your fucking wars. You can run people over on Bourbon Street. We're still not gonna back you. It doesn't matter.
Leibesberger, of course, his career was one of killing. And then, the New Orleans attacker says he was inspired by ISIS, the mass killing ideology of ISIS.
Who the fuck is inspired by ISIS? ISIS isn't real. That's like saying that you wrote your fucking manifesto because of Santa Claus. You're so fucking stupid. We need you to read books and get smarter. You're so fucking stupid. You waged a war in the name of Santa Claus, you fucking moron. Oh my god, I hate you so much. Oh god, your stupidity. I hate your stupidity so much. I don't hate you. I love you. I hate the stupidity that got you to do the stupid ass thing that you did.
ISIS would not exist were it
ISIS
not for
doesn't
the US military's
exist.
Complete.
ISIS has never existed. The correct terminology is insurgency, which is what you would do if America acted like Rust Raiders.
Destruction of Iraq and mass killing of innocent people. America in general, of course, has a mass violence problem. Mass shootings happen quite regularly, more than once a day on average. And then the reasons for that are linked to U.S. militarism, both in that kind of cultural domination of a country that glorifies violence and exports violence, but more so a government that is presiding over a country with deep and extreme social problems, which it refuses to address while having a blank and endless check for militarism abroad and an ever-increasing budget for the military-industrial complex. And so this gives rise to an extreme amount of social problems in our society that are rooted in things like alienation. And
I blame G.I. Joe for this.
Inequality and desperation and despair. And
this army spec ops shit that these fucking morons always do, it strikes me as G.I. Joe nonsense. G.I. Joe bullshit.
Hopelessness. And then so the U.S. military comes in and for the purposes of recruitment must target people who are most impacted by those social problems. They bring them into an institution where they train them to kill. They train them that killing is actually quite honorable and quite cool. It sends many of those people to kill abroad. It has a notoriously, very notorious for ruining people's mental health and a mental health system that makes people's mental health problems even worse and then spits.
Yeah, military isn't so good. One of them, I'll tell you, there's something that a friend of mine told me when I was younger, when I was about 22. I had a friend tell me something that depressed me so badly that I do cry about this sometimes, like when I'm lying in bed. I'll think about this thing that my friend told me a long time ago. He was like, yeah, I've been in the military for 6 years since I was 18. I'm 24 now. And he was like, military service is glorified guard duty. 9/10 of it is standing around at some base doing nothing for like 50 weeks a year. And he's like, yeah, sometimes there's a war, sometimes we go fight for a couple of months. But real military service is just guarding naval bases that we don't actually use. He was Navy. And I was like, well, okay, but shouldn't we protect our interests? That doesn't seem bad to me. And he was like, yes, but then when you do it for 10 years, you begin to understand that 9/10 of what the Army is standing around doing nothing. It starts to bother you and you leave.
Them back out into a society where people find their lives harder than when they join. That's kind of why I think that is becoming.
I was like, oh, so you left the service? And he was like, yes, I left the service after 6 years. From when I was 18 till I was 24, I left the service because I did not believe that we should be in Afghanistan. I was like, I don't believe that either. I can't imagine the kind of, his name was Broadside. I was like, what the hell is a broadside? I thought it was a fat joke. And he was like, a broadside. He was proud Navy too. He was proud Navy. He was like, a broadside is Navy broadside is when all of your deck guns fire off. You think I'm lying that I made up this fucking story probably, but no, I really knew this Navy kid who full-blown left because of Afghanistan. And but a broadside is when a Navy a naval ship fires every gun on one side of their bow, and the guns are so powerful that it literally lifts this 50-ton thing up out of the water. And the broadside is when you fire all of your guns in one direction at the other ship. And it lifts your ship up out of the water and then back in as the force of the guns. The force of the guns, they fire, the guns recoil upwards like guns do, and this shoves the ship backwards and downwards into the water. It creates this huge wave, and that's what a broadside is. And I was like, why did you leave the Navy, Broadside? And he was like, because it's glorified fucking guard duty. I joined the Navy because my grandfather and my great-grandfather and my great-grandfather were in the fucking Navy, and we had a long naval tradition of fighting in wars to protect America's interests and things that we really cared about. And I was like, I respect that, Broadside. And he was like, yeah, but I left the service, though, and it broke my heart, too. And I was like, why? He was a nice man from, I think he was in my Horde guild. He was from, I want to say, Bama. I think he was Bama. Really nice guy. I have a lot of right-wing friends. He was a right-winger too, but, whatever. And a good friend. I knew him for about, 6 years, something like that, I think. And I was like, oh, you left the service? And he was like, yeah, I came to this realization when I was like 26 that I had been standing around for 7 years. And he was like, that is not why I joined the service. And when I asked them if I could do something, they were like, maybe. And then they just let me continue on like I was doing. And so then he just left. And I didn't really understand how powerful of a story that was until today. I didn't know. It just stuck with me, that story, but it did. And like on the broadside thing, I had no idea military could have the kind of power to lift a 50-ton ship up out of the water with just their guns. But the broadside, to me, is also like the symbol for our military. It's the power to lift an aircraft carrier out of the fucking ocean with just the sheer power of our guns firing. And the broadside is the pride and core of our military. It kind of is. It's like this strength to lift an aircraft carrier up out of the ocean if you need to stop some terrible thing from happening, or to preserve some beautiful thing as it grows. And I can speak eloquently about the military and what they stand for, but in the end, I still think it falls to violence. I really do. I'm sorry, but I think it does. I love the troops, and I'm sorry that they got caught up in this stupid shit, and I can't believe we went to Afghanistan. And yeah, I think it did disgrace them, as sad as that is. And a bunch of them are doing the about face. Let's take a look at it. Military stuff, right? The about face is a drill command that instructs a soldier or unit to turn 180 degrees while stationary. I've never heard something so beautiful. But yeah, the about face organization, right? The about face is Veterans Against the War. I didn't know this existed. Veterans Against the War. Yeah, veterans taking action against militarism and endless wars. It's not that I hate the troops. I love these fucking people. I fucking love them. It's that I love my fellow Americans. I really do. I don't know why we were over there sacking that fucking country. It wasn't our country.
Number one predictor of becoming a mass casualty offender is all of those consequences. And we look at Fort Bragg in particular. You mentioned both these people passed through Fort Bragg. Fort Bragg was for 2 decades the hub of the global war on terror, in particular the special operations factor, which does some pretty dark stuff around the world. And so it's really no surprise that 2 of these people passed through this base, and that they are just joining a larger number of people from the military who end up carrying out acts of violence on others. A lot of these are turned inward, and there's, of course, an epidemic of suicide and drug addiction and alcohol addiction and overdoses and things like that. But of course, when you have a scenario like that in our society, some number of those people will, instead of self-destruction, will move to the destruction of others, which is what we've seen with these 2 individuals.
And again, Fort Bragg is now called Fort Liberty because Bragg was an enslaving Confederate general, Braxton Bragg, a Confederate officer in the U.S. Civil War, and like a number of bases, it has been renamed. You talk about the violence, also epidemic of violence against women on these bases.
Yeah, let's look into this. Apparently, we've had an epidemic of rape on our military bases. And I had no fucking idea. You always suspect that's the sort of thing that's going on. But then you hear the terrible thing, and you're like, oh God, Satan got to win there, or whatever. It's not too good. Not too good. Rape on military bases. Investigation uncovered that soldiers accused of sexual assault are less likely to be placed in pretrial confinement than those accused. Oh my God. Why are U.S. military bases dangerous? Oh my God.
You know, if I go missing, it's because I did this.
Wait, sorry, what was that?
It's because we talked. Like,
You're saying if something happened to one of you guys, it's because you did this interview.
If I vanish or he vanished, we're both tracking that, why.
Wow. I can't tell if you're joking or not.
No.
Soldiers have to make a joke out of it because it's so real. At Fort Hood, you're like, huh, I made it to work and didn't get shot, raped, or freaking killed. I guess it's a good day.
That's a normal joke.
That's a normal
joke.
Fort Hood is one of the largest Army bases in the country. It has more than 38,000 active duty soldiers. It's home to 3rd Corps and to 1st Cavalry Division. I mean, the people who are literally fighting ISIS. One of the other things this base...
Every time, I'm sorry, it's just comical to me. Every time you say the U.S. military, right? I'm gonna draw like a picture. I'm gonna take some green, right? I'm gonna draw a picture of a green U.S. like, you know. Every time that they say U.S. military fighting ISIS, I laugh. I fucking laugh. I hate to say it, but like I'm bad at drawing army soldier dudes or whatever. And here's like a gun or whatever. I'm really bad at this. I'm terribly sorry. I'm bad. You know, soldier helmet, dude's face. Army men, right? Army men. Versus Army man versus Santa Claus. Every time you say every time that you say ISIS, I'm literally like, oh my God, you mean Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny? You're fucking so stupid. How do I draw Santa Claus? It's gonna be like, he's gonna have like a beard and stuff. Yeah, he's got a beard and he's got ho ho ho. He's got a ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. This is like literally what I think when you say the American military is fighting ISIS. And I'm like, Army man versus Santa Claus, fight! Your fucking lie was so goddamn bad. Army man versus Santa Claus. Santa Claus is like, ho ho? Every time you say ISIS, it's like how laughable it is to me. It actually is. It's like, oh my God, these men are fighting Santa Claus so fucking hard. We love them so much.
This is known for. It is one of the largest Army bases in the country.
Every time you say all these wonderful servicemen fighting ISIS, and I'm like, oh no, you mean fighting Santa Claus? You're fucking so stupid. You mean that, all of the insurgency in the Middle East? Yeah, I mean, I guess. I guess you could call that ISIS, I suppose. But I mean, like, really, it's just all the insurgency of the Middle East as you pieces of shit go over there and try and sack their country over and over and over again. ISIS is a myth. It's like about as real as Santa Claus. And every time you say Army man versus Santa Claus fights, I'm like, oh no, you goddamn brain dead piece of shit fucking like morons. You swallowed this lie 23 years ago. You didn't question it. You didn't look at it. You just swallowed that lie about ISIS and Osama so long ago. And now you've been running on it for 23 fucking years. And I don't trust anything you say anymore. And whenever you drop the word ISIS, I'm like, oh my God, you mean all of the insurgency of the Middle East? You know what that sounds like, right? You just kind of want to bomb the Middle East.
Country. It has more than 38,000 active duty soldiers. It's home to
fucking ISIS.
3rd Corps and to
every time she's so serious when she talks about the beautiful power of our military and all this, and then they say ISIS and it cracks me up like that Santa Claus myth? Like every time they say ISIS, I'm like, oh my God, you're fucking dumb. We've got to fix the education system. Our entire military is after Santa Claus. Oh. This kind of dumb is so scary. We've got to fucking solve it. This kind of ignorance is so fucking scary. We have to solve this ignorance. We don't, I mean, maybe the war is a good thing. Maybe it just kills off the ignorance, I guess. I don't really know, but I know that I don't want to do Army Man versus Santa Claus anymore. And if you get me out of Army Man versus Santa Claus, we're going to vote you in. I don't want Army Man versus Santa Claus anymore. You're fucking stupid.
1st Cavalry Division. I mean, the people who are literally fighting ISIS.
Every time she says it, I can't fucking take it with a straight face. They say it with a straight face. How do they lie like this?
One of the other things this base is known for, especially more recently,
fighting ISIS. No, we've been out of Afghanistan for well, I mean, yeah, okay. Well, I mean, no, no, we've been out of Afghanistan for a long time. What do you mean? What do you mean fighting ISIS? What? See the weird shit? Whenever ISIS comes up, it's like almost like the Matrix is showing you deja vu or something. Every time that huge global lie comes up, anything around the lie sounds so goddamn brain dead fucking stupid. Like, for instance, we left Afghanistan 2.5 years ago, but she's making this, like, she's inferring that we're still fighting ISIS. But I mean, first of all, ISIS is not real. Santa Claus is not real. That was your dad or your daddy or your mommy or your two daddies or whatever. And they're giving you your presents. And, whatever, and that Santa Claus wasn't real. Neither is ISIS. All it is insurgency, which is what you would do if somebody came over here and tried to sack your country. Every time you say ISIS, I'm like, oh no, I've got to laugh in your fucking piece of shit liar, piece of shit fucking media face. Every time Trump says fake news, I'm like, oh yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't argue with him on that one. He's absolutely right about that. Like, the fake news thing is kind of insane. Like, the whole ISIS thing is kind of insane. It's like the biggest lie ever told. It's like when the Christians tried to tell their kids that masturbation would make you go blind. It's that sort of lie. It's that silly. It makes me laugh when I hear it. Every time they drop ISIS, I'm like, oh my God, that shit from 2003 that you lied about so you could kill 3,000 of your own people? Are you fucking serious? You're banding about that lie still 26 years later? It's insurgency, you fucking idiot. It's insurgency. It's a bunch of them too. It's like 17 different insurgent forces. These idiots, I've never even been to Afghanistan, and I know so much more about the struggle that they fought than these idiots who were actually there. It's insane. I can't back this kind of idiocy. I can't do it.
It's considered by many estimates to be one of the most dangerous bases in the country.
Why? It's a military base. Shouldn't there be guards with guns everywhere who are like, hey, all the children are dancing along with flowers in their hands and everything? Because it's a military base. They have tanks and stuff. But no, the right-wing culture is violence.
It has the highest rates of homicide.
I really don't like saying it, but I mean, the right-wing culture, to me, is violence. It is violent war movies. It is Platoon. It is Apocalypse Now. Tell me I'm wrong. The right-winger can't tell me I'm wrong. That is their culture. That is their culture. War is their culture. They're Klingons. They love this shit. A tear comes to their eyes when they think of the strength of their wonderful U.S. military. And I get it. I mean, so do I. The difference is, I don't want to use the military. You do.
Assault and sexual misconduct army-wide, and in the past.
What's with rape and the right wing and the military?
Last 5 years, more than 100.
Matt Gaetz and all this stuff. What's with the right wing and all the rape?
60 soldiers based here.
I don't know. I guess Clinton got a blowjob, but it wasn't from a minor.
have died outside of combat. But the story of Fort Hood is representative of a broader problem, an insular military justice system operating independently of the civilian world, where commanders have almost complete...
Like, okay, Matt Gaetz is so much fucking worse than Bill Clinton, but you can see how the wag the dog thing works with the media. They can just spin that for 8 years and make fun of it on television for 12, 16, 20 years, something like that, right? But Matt Gaetz will have a brief media cycle for about 18 months, right? Even though when you compare the two lies and the two crimes, or whatever you want to call it, I wouldn't call getting a blowjob in the office a crime, really. I mean, is getting a blowjob a crime?
Control over prosecuting violent crime.
I guess if you lie about it under oath, yeah. But no, that's lying about it under oath. That's a crime. Getting the blowjob isn't a crime, I don't think. It's insane. I never really understood why they made such a big fucking deal about it. It's the death of family values. He was cheating on his wife, yeah. But I mean, so they have valid points. But I really don't understand the 20 years of the big deal that they made out of that. It was a fucking blowjob. A blowjob. And so then Matt Gaetz sleeps with an underage hooker, and you're like, we probably won't remember what his name is next year, you know. And it's weird. It's weird. It's this savage hypocrisy. You yell at us for 20 years over a blowjob while your dudes fucking sleep with fucking children. And it is fucking weird. It's weird. It's fucking weird. You could say, you could say Joe sniffs some hair.
My sister's a human being! And I want justice! And I want answers!
The problems at this base first came to national attention last year when a 20-year-old soldier named Vanessa Guillen went missing. The Army didn't thoroughly investigate and instead...
Oh no, they did Vanessa in...
...labeled her AWOL, implying she left the base without permission.
They took her. Rest in peace, babe. I hope we learned the fucking lesson. Maybe it'll all be for something. All this violence. Maybe it'll all be for something in the end. Maybe we'll gain something from it. Maybe we'll take a lesson from her life. I don't think so. I think we're stupid. We're too stupid to. I think we're too stupid to learn this lesson.
Her body was...
That rape is bad and murder is bad. I think we're too stupid to learn it.
Found 2 months later, she'd been murdered by a fellow soldier. Vanessa's family is still fighting for answers.
Que están encubriendo a alguien muy grande. Yo para mi justicia que me digan la verdad.
They killed her because she was Latina.
Que se sepa con detalles.
Oh no, these women are militarizing. Look at them. These women are pissed. They're going to war with you. What the fuck happened here? Why are our military bases scary?
¿Por qué pasó eso conmigo?
Nah, military won't tell you shit. They won't tell you shit. They won't even tell you she's dead, maybe. They won't tell you shit.
¿Y no vamos a parar hasta obtener justicia?
Honestly, we require them not to. That's military business, and we require them not to tell you. And I'm sorry, babe. You came up against some of the darkest shit I've ever even fucking seen in this system. I'm terribly sorry. I don't know.
Para que se puedan salvar tantos jóvenes que están escondidos, la mayoría están escondidos sufriendo.
Vanessa isn't alone. 95 soldiers were listed as AWOL at Fort Hood in 2020, including Greg Morales, whose body was found while investigators were still searching for Vanessa.
When they don't like somebody, they're stuck with them because they can't get them out of their platoon or whatever. And they realize that it goes really deep and that this guy might be gay or black or you know, a pedophile or something, and they get stuck with somebody that they don't like. And this happens in the military a lot. They get stuck with somebody they really can't get away from, so then that person just disappears. I've heard stories about this all my life. Because they can't do courtroom stuff. They don't have, like, their tribunals are more like your father yelling at you than they are like a courtroom. It's literally like that. Like, tribunals are kind of like your dad's yelling at you. It's like one dude. Maybe a few. Might be a few, depending on the tribunal. But yeah, it's usually like one dude who's just listening to everything that happened, and then he summarily dismisses you.
When violent crime is investigated, soldiers say it isn't always taken seriously.
We're in a small town outside Fort Hood
We're visiting a woman who says that she was sexually assaulted while she was serving at Fort Hood. She's staying in this motel right now, and she's really just kind of living VA check to VA check. Karina was just 19 when she says she was raped at a party after her drink was spiked.
I woke up the next morning and I
What?
was in his bed, and
Oh!
I personally didn't know what happened. When I got to PT in the morning, my partner next to me said, hey, you know you got bruises all over your neck, your body, everything. God. And so I told the NCO, I was like, I need to go to the hospital. I went, and that's when they confirmed I was raped. After that, they actually had a counselor come in and talk to you and let you know, hey, can you tell your story? And I did, and no one did anything about it.
So nobody followed up with you?
No one. And
oh my God, I stand with her. I kind of want to prosecute these people.
And it kind of just felt me like, okay, did whatever I say go through one ear out the other?
Yeah, that's the idiots. Yeah, they're idiots. They don't understand how to listen even. They're so dumb, most of them. I think if you'd ask them what 25 times 9 is, they'd be like, "Brr."
Because that's how I felt.
Come on. Karina says she reported her assault up the chain of command. They sent her to SHARP, the Sexual Misconduct Prevention Program, who said they'd report it to CID, the Army's Criminal Investigative Division. But she says nobody was held accountable.
She got a big lean dog now. Yeah. She's looking like Sarah fucking Connor now.
Accountable. Stories like
a liberal is a conservative who's never been robbed.
This continue to surface. Last year, the Army did something unprecedented. They brought in an outsider, a former FBI investigator named Chris Swecker, to try to understand how this keeps happening. When you looked at the investigative division, Criminal Investigative Division, CID, were there any agents who you felt were experienced enough to conduct complex homicide or sexual assault investigations?
There were only a couple, and there may have been as low as only one. You know, at one point, 90% of the enlisted CID agents had less than 2 years' experience. And then they had warrant officers, I think somewhere around, at some point, 40 or 50% of them were probationary or apprentice. So that meant that they weren't even credentialed to go out by themselves and do interviews.
In December, Swecker and his team published their findings in an extensive report. The most concerning thing they found dealt with military prosecutors, or JAGs, who were sometimes pressured by commanders to sideline solid criminal cases.
What we saw was a pretty close relationship between military JAG advisors and the commanding officers. So when victims came in, or these cases came in, there seemed to be a deference towards the subject and disposing of the case as quickly as possible.
How do you dispose of a case?
In the military system, there are what I call off-ramps. You can take a set of facts in a case and you can say there's no prosecution here, and it stops here. That's an opinion that they render early in the process. Second part of it is they can decide that they're going to go administrative instead of court-martial. Court-martial is the military equivalent of a trial. So what we saw was a lot of these cases took the off-ramp before they got to court-martial. And then if they did get to court-martial, more often than not, the cases were lost.
It just seems like at every stage, there are people who are in positions of power who are just tossing cases.
No cases, no problems.
The problems that Swecker identified don't just happen at Fort Hood. Service members have been labeled AWOL under suspicious circumstances on other bases. A number of families say their children's deaths weren't properly investigated. And despite a years-long campaign to root out sexual violence, the number of reported assaults has only continued to rise. Military-wide, the conviction rate is less than 5%. And this Marine says after the sergeant who assaulted her confessed, the case was dropped.
This is exactly why fucking females in the military fucking kill themselves. This is exactly why nobody fucking takes us seriously.
While Swecker uncovered these areas of corruption, we tracked down a military insider who's experienced it himself. We're in Richmond, Virginia to meet up with Ben Beliles. He's a retired Air Force JAG who prosecuted cases for about 10 years. He's also represented service members in every branch of the military, And today, for the first time, he's blowing the whistle on what he says is a military-wide problem that allows for cover-ups. Did you ever have an experience where, you felt you had a strong case, you wanted to prosecute it, and the commander said no?
Oh, absolutely. Often these cases were off-ramped into other resolutions or just went away and didn't even discuss it with me, really.
Did you ever come across cases of...
So the first thing that happens is they'll just wave their magic wand and make it go away. That's the first thing. Rape.
Violent crime where the perpetrator wasn't prosecuted and then their name came up later as having reoffended?
Absolutely. I'm aware of hundreds of cases like that in the Department of Defense.
Victims of violent crime and their families say, this is a system in all branches of the military that allows for widespread cover-up. Do you feel that that's a fair characterization?
The system as it exists today allows for cases to be either covered up, not fully investigated, and made to go away.
So for a family who, and there are a number of families who dispute the cause of their child's death, the original investigation was poor, the other information is classified, where do they go?
I don't know. I don't know.
The reports we have heard should disturb everyone.
I am tired of excuses. I am tired of the statement I get over and over from the chain of command. We got this, man. We got this. You don't have it. You're failing us.
A bipartisan group of senators led by Kirsten Gillibrand and Ted Cruz have been fighting for years to fundamentally change the military justice system by allowing independent, trained military prosecutors to decide which serious crimes to prosecute.
Yeah, we need an IED for the Army now. That's Internal Affairs, or IAD, excuse me. Internal Affairs Division. We need an Internal Affairs Division for the Army now, where the people come in from the outside who aren't from your unit, that give you the fair shake and look at your they listen to your union rep and your Army rep and all this, and I don't know why we would have that for police and not the military. We should have had it for the military before we ever even had it for the police. I think we do, but they don't do their jobs, maybe.
They're now introducing a new bill that would do this, effectively taking the prosecution of violent crime out of the chain of command.
Sometimes I think that it's very difficult to run a group of people with a group of people, because I think a single person can come in with the vision and just wave a hand at this and make it go away. But I don't think a committee of people can. And that's fucking weird, because I'm talking about an oligarch or a monarch or something like that, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the inability for a large group of people to know what the other hand is doing. And so I think maybe a computer or something, maybe a computer, something that we can trust and oversight and look over, that tells us what each hand is doing. Because the amount of infrastructure it takes to get a bunch of heads of departments together, and then to overcome the politics that are inevitably going to arise when they get in the room is not productive to keeping the military safe. And so I wonder sometimes if maybe we need some kind of unifying logical force or something that sees that there's a problem on one side but the other side doesn't address it, and then comes and gets the committee to force the change. Something like that. I just don't know what it is. I'm just spitballing. I have no fucking idea. Because I can see this. Why I'm saying this is I can see that from the outside, if I were given presidency, I would sweep through this place and I would fix every problem. But I don't think that most presidents are inclined to do something like that. I don't think they really want to solve anything. I think they get overloaded with work and all they really care about is the election. I think I would like to see one single person sweep through all of this and actually change it with an eye towards the greater good. But and a lot of people would have said that was Trump, but I don't think Trump has the greater good in mind at all.
Military's top brass is
I think he's got himself in mind.
Resistant to this reform. During our investigation, the Army granted us an interview with the man tasked with turning around Fort Hood.
So Yeah, so like so we come through and we try to change it, but also I don't know. I kind of thought that's what our 5-star generals were. They were like supposed to be these generals who could freely travel anywhere in our sovereign nation and nation states and show up and wave a wand and get any of this stuff fixed. I thought our 5-star generals were supposed to fix this sort of stuff.
Major General.
It doesn't serve the military to obfuscate every single time the inevitable crime happens with that sheer amount of people. If you gather, how many Americans are in the military? How many people in all the U.S. militaries, right? It's 1.29 million. You're going to get some criminals. You're going to get some rapists. You're going to get some murderers. Is this the Army's fault? Should we crucify the Army? No. But with 1.29 million active duty troops and 2.86 million people in the fucking U.S. military, you are just statistically going to have some criminals. You're going to have your Sergeant Bilkos that are negligent. You're going to have your, or whatever, not negligent, but just, you know, are there to just jack off. You're going to have your negligence. You're going to have rape. You're going to have murder. You're going to have stealing. You're going to have embezzling. You're going to have working with the enemy. You're going to have suicide. I mean, just statistically, you're going to have, with this many people, you're going to have some bad eggs. So we don't fault the Army for this. I think the Army takes this attitude like we're coming for their booty or something. But no, we just can't have obfuscation of crime on this level, or you're going to get this kind of outrage.
Earl John Richardson.
So you stop obfuscating the crime if you prosecute these people and they're summarily dismissed after they do an 18 fucking year in the brig, they'll understand that it's not okay to rape people in the fucking military. But when you wave the wand and they see that they'll move you around like a priest and, you know, out of your parish or whatever, and they won't fire you or whatever, like the military acted the same way that the Catholic Church did, that's not okay. Transparency is best. Honesty is best. It's better to just prosecute these criminals when they commit their crimes, and when the people see that the people are being prosecuted, they won't commit as much crime.
I've heard from experts, including veterans, who have said the future.
Also, I don't know, but it seems like maybe these people aren't getting paid enough, because I've noticed that the more people struggle, the more crime, poverty, rape, and murder that you see. The inner cities are proof of this. The more people struggle, the more you're going to see all this stuff.
Of the U.S. Army really hinges on what you're able to accomplish here. Would you agree?
We've had a trust deficit with our soldiers, and that's really what we're focused on here at Fort.
Yeah, they've had a trust deficit with the soldiers. The soldiers don't trust them anymore.
Hood.
But it's weird, but I know that these people care about those soldiers. I know they do. I am not doubting that. You can see in that motherfucker's eyes, he's almost crying about it. He's like, yeah, the soldiers don't trust us. This is a major general saying that the soldiers just don't trust us. And he works at Fort Hood.
Rebuilding that trust with our soldiers, their families, and by extension, the American people.
Bipartisan congressional leaders, as you know, have been asking for the power to be taken out of the chain of command. And they really feel like independent investigators, prosecutors should really be prosecuting crimes within the military. What is the pushback from the military?
The chain of command is central to good order and discipline in a military organization. And so we entrust the commanders at every level to enforce good order and discipline. And once you take that away from the commander and put it into the hands of an outside agency, you've already are demonstrating a lack of trust from the American.
Yeah, but we don't trust you. We don't trust you. There's been a bunch of rape and murder and disappearance. With that crime comes lack of trust. It's not that we don't trust the military. We do. We trust you to save us. We trust you to protect us. We do. We don't trust the few bad actors, and we must go hunting for them. Sorry.
American people to the military.
I think a lot of people would say the chain of command commanders have proven that they cannot do this, that they cannot self-police their own soldiers.
It's not that we don't trust you. You have a few bad actors. We're going headhunting because we've had women who are raped and disappearing. Can't have that.
And I guess
not in the military. So we go hunting. Sorry. That means IAD, Internal Affairs Division. Terribly sorry if we don't trust our cops that we live with in our neighborhoods. We obviously don't trust the military if there's been rape and murder and disappearances and theft and stuff. Also, I want IAD for the large military, the big generals too. A whole different organization too that prevents them from working with people like Palantir and fucking Blackwater and all this other PMC shit that sinks the entire world. That's a conflict of interest, and I don't want our military boys working with these fucking PMC corporations in any way or fucking form. I don't want lines of communication between them. If I catch a PMC and my military talking to each other, all hell shall break loose. You know, I can't make that a law without running for politician and fucking fighting for 30 years and shit. But I, as your constituency, can register my fucking desire to put an IAD in between the PMCs and our lobbies and our fucking military corporations. I want to make that, our military corporations, not military corporations, but our military. I want a very, very, very demarcated line where you burn if you talk to each other. If you're a PMC and the military, I want them respectfully avoiding each other. I don't want them mixing. I don't want them selling each other secrets. I don't want them doing stuff like stealing promise together or any of this other stuff. I want internal affairs for the really big muckety mucks in the fucking military. Because we know that they do stuff like what the Russians did in the 80s. They sold off all of their military arms and stuff, all of their ammunition. They sold that all to that Lord of War dude, and this screwed Russia. That's what I'm scared. I'm scared of that with America. I'm scared of that with America. I'm scared of waking up tomorrow and hearing this horror story from some place like Vice or some shit like that, where they're or CNN, where they're like, or whatever, fucking, you know, Al Jazeera, whatever. That's like, you know, that's like, yeah. Turns out that the military sold the patent and directions to the nuclear bomb to Blackwater, and now Blackwater is nuclear capable or something. And I don't want that. And I do not believe that to be outside the realm of possibility in the next 500 years or something. I just don't. So I don't want them mixing. I don't want their lobbies mixing. I view it as such a conflict of interest. Our military is not for money. It is for safety. Protection of our greatest natural resource, which is our children. That's all it's for. It's not even to protect the adults, really. Our military is there to protect children. That's why we fund you. That's why we put you there. That is your core purpose. If you didn't know what it is, then I rename it and I tell you what your fucking core purpose is. Even though I'm not a military man, I was too fat to join the Navy. You fucking losers. And like, and I don't know. But anyways, like, you know,
no longer earn that privilege to be able to self-police.
Yeah, like, and I just feel kind of strongly about this. I don't want my military mixing with Blackwater. I really don't. I don't want them talking to him. I don't want them at fucking like meetings or dinners or committees. I don't want them talking to the same lobby. I don't want them in the same fucking room. You understand? I want that to be illegal. If any of the military, I'm talking army, like for even just the GIs, even the GIs, I don't want them talking to the paramilitary organization. That to me is the clearest and most clear and present danger to our safety in the history of mankind. I don't want the PMCs talking to our military in any fucking way or form. Those are two separate entities. What separates them is money. If they mix, then they're no longer separated. I don't, just like church and state. I don't want my military and my paramilitary organizations mixing at dinners. I don't want them talking to the same lobby. I don't want them having the same corruption. I don't want them hiding the same criminals. I don't want them doing business with the same people. I don't want them sharing secrets, and I don't want them talking to each other. And if you do, I will summarily fucking dismiss you, and I will prosecute them. There's some actual fucking leadership, something you couldn't hear Trump do in 8 fucking years, or whatever, 5, like, or 4. Like seriously, or whatever, or Joe, real leadership, motherfucker. You understand? I don't need, like, I do need the Congress to get behind that, but I don't know why they wouldn't. You can very clearly see the conflict of interest in the paramilitary organizations mixing with our actual military organizations at the same dinners and same dignitaries. And when our military guys retire, they go paramilitary. And then so what's that like? That's like, we built a brain trust. You know, what's that like? It's like, we built a brain trust. We paid them for 20, 30 years, something like that. You don't get to go take all that wonderful American ingenuity and training and all that shit. You don't get to go take that to Blackwater. No, you don't. That makes Blackwater stronger than the American military. I have a serious problem with paramilitary organizations, PMOs, PMCs, and I really don't like them, and I would like them abolished. And if I can't get that, I absolutely do not want our politicians, our military, our senators, or anybody in America mixing with them. I don't want our military mixing with them. That is a clear conflict of interest. If I catch you doing it, I will summarily dismiss you, and I will prosecute you if you're the PMC. I will prosecute you and put you in jail. I'm dead serious. That to me is the worst form of white-collar crime that could ever exist. Paramilitary corporation corruption mixing with actual military corruption. I don't want that. You understand? Now, this guy talks about how he doesn't want the IAD, but I'm so fucking far beyond that. I want the IAD, and I also want the IAD prosecuting you if you ever talk to a Blackwater fucking figurehead. I don't want that happening.
It really comes down to commanders.
Yeah, commanders who can't lead. Who literally, like, whose ammunition is corruption.
Demonstrate
leaders who can't lead.
Through their,
I see a severe lack of leadership here in my own American military government, and I'm a fucking civilian. If a civilian takes great fucking issue with the way that you're running the fucking U.S. military, that's a fucking problem. I can't imagine what the fucking politicians must think. They're probably screaming all day.
Actions.
Let's go pop in on C-SPAN and see if they're screaming about the military. You never know. So I think I can watch C-SPAN. I'm fairly sure. Yeah. I'm fairly sure. Opening day, 119th Congress, U.S. House of Representatives, Part 2. Sure, fire it up. Go. You must log in with your television provider. Okay, can I do that safely? Yeah, I'm going to do that safely. Sorry about this. We'll go back to what we were watching.
That they will take action and then hold other leaders accountable.
Yeah, I believe I can watch C-SPAN for free. I believe, right? Yeah, I think so. I don't know. You must log in with your television provider, but how do I do that? You're not giving me an option. Oh, yeah. C-SPAN is nonprofit. I can watch it, but I do need to sign in. Excuse me. But it won't let me sign in. Okay, so it's an app called C-SPAN Now. No, I want C-SPAN Now.
Some have some bad habits but can change, and then there'll be some that don't change, and they will have to go because they'll be cancerous.
Attention!
In response to the allegations in this story, the Army said they encourage all soldiers to voice their safety concerns, that they voluntarily publish the results of punishment for sex crimes, and monitor the status of active cases.
So, Oh yeah, friends and followers done. Okay, cool. Join PC Game Pass. What do you have? Recently added. You have Carrion, For the King 2, Wild Frost. I could do the Great Circle. Oh yeah, let's sign up for Xbox Game Pass and do the Great Circle. I bet it sucks, but I mean I can just do any puzzle on YouTube or whatever. Yeah, I don't want to pay for that game, but I do want to play it. What else do you have here? Anything else? I don't think so. I'm not going to pay you for that. Do you have anything else? I already own Stalker 2. I should have just bought a fucking year pass to Microsoft. No, I'm not going to use this. I don't have the time to use this. I'm not paying for that. No. So, C-SPAN now. C-SPAN now. Do you have C-SPAN now? C-SPAN now. No. Erase the N. No, I'm not asking for Candy Crush Soda Saga. So you can't watch this on the computer. That's so fucking stupid. I know another way to do it, so I'm just gonna do it that way. I know another way to do this. I might have to get the information, but I know another way to do this, yeah. Oh, I want to watch C-SPAN. Sure. 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 They want me to reset, so...
2 decades of combat and the PTSD that comes with it will make this job harder.
Yep.
This is a generation of leaders that's been trained to go to war, not prioritize the health and safety of its soldiers. After our interview, the Army did fire or suspend 14 service members. They've promised to investigate missing persons cases, no longer labeling them AWOL,
Oh, no,
and even
never
canceled
mind.
training
They started doing
rotations,
stuff?
showing
Oh,
how they'll
okay.
prioritize the well-being of their soldiers. But so far, lower-ranking soldiers are skeptical.
Since Vanessa Guillen's death, there have been reforms that have been introduced. Are they working?
There's half measures and then there's just hollow gestures, and that's often what happens is people are so preoccupied with trying to make the program look good that they don't actually worry about how to make the program run properly.
So you're calling bullshit on these reforms?
All of it. I've seen it all before. Soldier gets raped, have a sharp class. Okay, we had a sharp class, rape doesn't exist anymore, goodbye.
Box checked, moving on.
All the leaders in the Army have been leaders for a long time. They were around for the surge in Iraq and Afghanistan, and their main priority was to, fight and win the wars. But it's a different war now, and those are the people who are still in charge.
Leaked documents revealed the scope of the NSA's mass surveillance program.
We cannot prevent terrorist attacks or cyber threats without some capability to penetrate digital communications.
Others unmasked a unit called Tailored Access Operations.
You auto-ran something.
And it's always interesting in these mass casualty events, whether you're talking about a mass shooter in a school like Sandy Hook, to look at the attacker's relationship with women in the past. I mean, you have the Sandy Hook shooter killed his mother before, but often when domestic violence doesn't go, isn't taken seriously, you see the escalation of the violence, Mike.
Absolutely. I mean, and this is a problem that's endemic to the military as well. I mean, Fort Liberty, it's high rates of domestic violence, of murders even. Seth Harp, who's another anti-war Iraq War veteran, has also done really important work on this. And so, yes, I mean, there is, of course, many indicators. I mean, it comes back to this idea that we have this mass violence problem. There are many ways that the government could be stopping this, could be taking measures to get to the root of these things, but instead it just exacerbates them. And of course, the U.S. military is, there's so many cocktails in our society that allow these things to bubble over into violence against other people. The military is just, one of the stronger cocktails that exists.
And let's talk about Leibelsberger, what we understand now happened. He's the Green Beret who drove that Cybertruck that blew up in front of the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. Apparently, he died of a self-inflicted bullet wound. Can you talk about soldier suicides?
Well, I mean, it's an epidemic, and it has been for a long time. I mean, it's something that, especially was exacerbated when the Iraq and Afghanistan wars began. You have people like Leibelsberger who, deployed many, many, many times. In special operations, he no doubt was involved in things that, involved in killing all over the world. But, the way that the military historically, and, from my own experience, being in touch with so many service members who were struggling against this, the military's policy when it comes to mental health and suicide and things like that is to maintain the fighting force. And so the goal of the U.S. military when they're dealing with this epidemic within their ranks is to keep the fighting force active and keeping people deploying and things like that. And that's what we saw throughout the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. And so, of course, there's a great deal of this, in society writ large. But in the military in particular, some Leibelsberger who injured many people and could have killed some people as well. And so, on face value, it looks like, he was just another statistic of someone from special operations or the military in general that killed themselves, but, was doing it in this kind of spectacular way. Went out with a bang, which, with our corporate media that sensationalizes so many of these incidents, maybe was inspired to do something that, made a scene or something like that. But I think the suicide is, of course, a major problem in the military and in our society for the reasons that I mentioned earlier. And that, there's going to be some layer of those people that, want to turn that violence on other people as well as themselves.
An article in the Washington Post from about, a month ago is headlined, "Trump could hobble renewed fight against domestic terrorism, analysts warned." Now, this is really interesting. I remember when Obama came to office and there was a report on domestic terrorism, especially right-wing terrorism in the military. He was pressured not to...
Very good. So here, I got C-SPAN running.
The future may look like. If we do our jobs now, we can help ensure that our civic virtues...
They're voting on Mike Johnson. Get him the fuck out of there. Oh, I hit space and I stopped it. Oh, okay.
And that in spite of our great challenges and even our disagreements and our healthy debates, this extraordinary institution, the People's House, will still be standing strong. Thank you all so much, and God bless America.
Mike Johnson. Oh, damn it! You keep pausing. Or, yeah, you keep. Johnson beat Jeffries. Fuck.
So as the sequence of events requires, I am now ready to take the oath of office. I ask the Dean of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Harold Rogers of Kentucky, to administer the oath. Hold just a second, Dean. We don't have the microphone on yet.
Celebrate our shared American self-rule. When our founding fathers rejected calls for an American king and chose a bold and innovative government of self-rule, it was met by opposition, understandably, by the world's kings. They said, you can't govern yourself. You need a king to direct the country. They said, it's only a dream, self-rule. The founding fathers said, you're right. It's the American dream. And thus, our founders said that we should move on our own with our own leadership. The Speaker of the House is the critical protector and promoter of self-rule, the keeper of the dream, if you will. And we've elected this man from Louisiana to carry on our bold experiment in democracy and self-rule. So, sir, if you're ready to assume this awesome responsibility, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely, that you take this obligation without any mental...
You better not fuck this up.
Have that report released. This is an ongoing issue. Then you have the misinformation that Fox put out on New Year's Day saying that the truck that was rented came over. This is the truck in New Orleans that Jabbar used, came over the border in the last 2 days.
Really?
It was not minutes later that Trump didn't post on Truth Social that finally people have to accept that people who come from outside this country are more of a threat than people who are born here. And he attributed the minimizing of foreign threat to Democrats and the fake news media. Of course, he was wrong about this, and Jabbar was a U.S.-born, U.S. citizen, served in the military for more than 10 years. Mike.
Of course. Well, the Trump administration is going to use the New Orleans attacker to, feed into their right-wing agenda. The reality is that when we look at extremist attacks or violence from people who have been in the military or are still in the military, a very, very tiny number of those people you could say were inspired by Islamic extremism. But right-wing extremism is, in fact, a very prevalent and common thing, and has been throughout the entire history of the U.S. military. I mean, the Ku Klux Klan, the America's premier domestic terrorist organization, was one founded by military veterans. And throughout the entire history of the U.S. military, white supremacists and right-wing organizations have heavily recruited from and been led by people who are in the military and military veterans as well. This all came to a head in the 90s, where the Oklahoma City bombing, but also you had neo-Nazi service members in the Marines commit a lynching of a black couple in Fayetteville, North Carolina. And then so there was this brief period of crackdown of the military on right-wing extremism, but when the Iraq War started going very badly and they needed bodies to continue to go to the Iraq War, they completely removed the restrictions on this kind of thing. And then, which has been exposed by many journalists, were knowingly bringing in right-wing extremists, some of whom were going into the military specifically to get training to bring back out into their organizations. And so today we have many far-right organizations like Atomwaffen Division, Identity Europa, Patriot Front, some of those organizations founded by veterans, but also who recruit heavily from the military and veterans as well. Like leaked documents from Patriot Front show that more than 20% of their applicants are young veterans or people who are still in the military. This is a real danger. The Oath Keepers. After January 6th, it was revealed that so many of the participants were military veterans. In fact, many from the special operations were really the tactical leadership of that assault, and many of whom had stashed large numbers of assault rifles and ammunition in hotel rooms that were very near the Capitol assault. And so, of course, this is something that should concern everyone. It's obviously, the real, clear, and present danger when we're talking about extremism from within the military. But the Trump administration has indicated that the problem in the military is, in fact, wokeism. And they may be going after woke generals or things like that, which really means they will be going after trans people. But also, I think it's very concerning when we talk about what we should look forward to with the Trump administration, how they're going to combat extremism from the military. One of Trump's main program platforms on his
Yeah, it's wokeism that raped all these women and fucking caused them to disappear and all this on military bases. It's wokeism that did it.
20-point program for his presidency. One of them was deporting pro-Hamas terrorists. And so, of course, we know that the Trump administration, when they say pro-Hamas, they really just mean pro-Palestine. And, this, I guess, brings me to the point that the military, as we've been discussing, really transforms people. In a lot of ways, it can tend to transform people in extremely negative ways. But a lot of times, people's military experience puts them in a positive direction and causes them to reject the violence that they were a part of, which is what we've been seeing the past year through the Gaza genocide, where large numbers of service members have been quitting the military, both publicly and privately, have been taking part in demonstrations to try to protest the U.S. role in it, and taking other really dramatic and heroic actions in that regard. And those are the kinds of people that Donald Trump and Hegseth and others who are going to be a part of the administration identify as extremists, when the real threat of right-wing extremism is going to go, of course, completely ignored, because that's really the base of the incoming administration.
Finally, Mike Preisner, a recent Guardian report headlined "Trump Pick a Threat to U.S. Military's Counter-Extremism Effort." Experts warned, quote, Pete Hegseth, Donald Trump's embattled choice for Secretary of Defense, will struggle to handle the serious problem of extremism in the U.S. military due to his own far-right political views. Experts in the subject have warned. The piece quotes Christopher Goldsmith, an Iraq War veteran, CEO of the nonprofit watchdog Task Force Butler, saying, quote, I think it's going to be an absolute disaster. Pete Hegseth is a domestic extremist, he said. The Guardian goes on to note, quote, Hegseth, an Iraq and Afghan war veteran, was barred from attending Joe Biden's 2021 inauguration after a fellow National Guardsman accused him of being an insider threat and an extremist with problematic tattoos. Mike Preisner, your final comments.
Yeah, well, we are in a tumultuous time in America, both a time of heightened political violence and at a time of growing despair and growing inequality in this country. The military, being a cross-section of that U.S. society, experiences those things as well. And in that moment, there are going to be numbers of people in the military and veterans who are going to gravitate towards right-wing organizations and go the path that Hegseth went. There's going to be people who do the opposite, and there's going to be people that just turn inward into self-destruction and despair. And so that's why I think it's very important for progressive-minded people, to realize that there is a role we can play in reaching out to people who are in the military, who can go down a different path and can go down the path of the many heroic service members who have taken a stand, who have quit the military, and who have used their experiences as a force for good in this world. And getting back to this main issue of that we have these deep-rooted problems in our society that give rise to these incidents of mass violence. Service members and veterans, instead of being a number one mass casualty offender, so many of them can actually be a part of changing society and getting to the root of those issues and moving society forward, as they have historically in the past. Vietnam veterans leading the struggle against the Vietnam War, Iraq veterans leading the struggle against the Iraq War, and in both those incidents being decisive factors in those wars coming to an end. We have much bigger problems to address in society. Service members and veterans can very much be a part of solving them, and it's very much needed that we foster that among progressive people, because there is clearly a faction on the right wing that is very much already doing that and taking advantage of that, and of course is entering the highest seats of power with people like Hegseth.
Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like you. Please give today.
I love you, Democracy Now! You've been there for me all my life. Some years I pay attention to you, some years I don't, but I still really love Democracy Now! Fuck yeah. Okay, so New York's attacks by Green Beret and Army vet, and then
democracynow.org/give.
So you run a country and
thank you, Jake Tran. I'd like to sub to your channel. This is called the enslavement of the middle class.
you have a problem. Every few years, you have to get reelected. And what is the #1 way to get... So you run a country and you have a problem. Every few years, you have to get reelected. And what is the #1 way to get fired by voters? If the economy is doing bad. Because a bad economy equals people struggling to pay rent and buy food and stuff. Heck, even if you run a dictatorship, if the people are suffering too much, eventually you're gonna get overthrown. So that's why your #1 priority as a noble leader is growth. Economic growth. Why? Because if your country makes more money, there's less unemployment, the plebs are at least content with the status quo, you get more tax dollars, more weapons, more nukes, more leverage over other countries, and ultimately, more power. Why do you think growth is the only thing they talk about on the Federal Reserve, on CNBC, on the White House podium? Why do you think they're so scared of an economic slowdown? It's because America is mostly run by a bunch of people who might get fired every few years by voters. And creating growth lets you keep your power and gain more of it. But here's the thing, the only way you're gonna get more economic growth is if you have a giant segment of your population that hates their lives. What do I mean by that? Well, just think about what it takes for a giant country like the US to grow at 2% a year. If your economy is gonna grow at 2% a year indefinitely, someone's gonna flip the hamburgers, build the roads, construct the buildings, clean the sewers, do the bookkeeping, mop the floors, deliver the food, operate the buses, and a bunch of other tasks that are very vital, but also very miserable to do. In other words, you need a bunch of people who, no matter how much they hate their lives, no matter how resentful and bitter they are about giving up on their dreams, you still need them to get up every day and just take it. Take it for the good of the country.
The person who gives up, that's our favorite kind of person. That's inside the United States. Everybody loves the person who gives up. Because the person who gives up just pays a little extra money to have somebody else fix the problem. The person who gives up pays their taxes on time and at the maximum rate. The person who gives up just follows the rule of law and crosses at the crosswalk. The person who gives up is the person that everybody gets to walk on. And we raise people to get walked on. Public school raises you to be walked on. We live in a culture that's literally propagated. The only difference between a CIA officer and a criminal is that the idea that to be a good citizen, you have to shut up and take it.
Because if the masses don't do that, there is nothing. If everyone today who works a miserable job isn't motivated to wake up tomorrow to do your plumbing, pick up your trash, make sure the streetlights are working, everything goes to hell.
Any type of program in prison, they're educating you to go work at Walmart. Like just like public school, they're educating you to go a lower middle class or middle class job. Like that's really what high school is. Hey, by the time you're done with high school, you are educated to be lower middle class. You know what I'm saying? Like still middle class, but not on the high end. So that's what they want because they need that massive tax base to follow the rules and pay in everything. And, you know, and as horrible as this might sound, you know, God bless them.
It's critical.
It's critical. Absolutely. We would fail as a country without them.
In fact, this is the only difference between a first world country and a third world country.
It is.
Putting aside the corruption we cover on this channel, the only difference between a first world country and a third world country is some dude waking up and deciding to pick up your trash. The trash man has no real motivation to pick up your trash, so how do you motivate him? Well, back in the day, you'd motivate people by making them indentured servants. They would owe you money, so they would have to work on your fields to pay it off, or else they would go to prison. But those days are over, and even if you could still get away with that, it's not very efficient. If a pleb feels subjugated, they will resent you, they won't work as hard. They'll dig their heels into the ground and eventually it will backfire. So there lies the multi-trillion-dollar question of every nation states. How do you convince your population to want to be cogs in the wheel? To feel the need to sacrifice their working lives for the good of the country, without using force? Simple. You stack the cards against them so much that they
You bribed them.
feel like they always have to work. You give them just enough freedom to feel free, but not enough to where they'll actually break free. You pay them just enough so they can live paycheck to paycheck, but not enough to where they'll ever become financially free. And when they do manage to save up a meager savings, you convince them to get into debt. The key here is the perception of free will. Tell someone they have to do something and they'll feel bossed around. But if you set up society in a way where they come to that conclusion themselves, well then you have an obedient, willing cog in the machine. And if there's one thing America has perfected more than any other country, it's that America has created a well-oiled nation of cogs. But not just any cogs, willing cogs. Willing cogs where no matter how much they hate their jobs, no matter how much they hate their lives, they will always get up in the morning and pick up your trash. They will always shut up and take it. See, American supremacy is not built on weapons, warships, or even nukes. At the heart of it all, it's built off the collective backs of the middle-class cogs. See, the politicians are right. The middle class is the backbone of society. They're the ones that do all the grunt work. They're the ones that fund the bailouts, that fund the wars. They're the ones that built America into the greatest superpower the world has ever seen. And it's very clear when you compare America to Europe. In Europe, you have free healthcare, people feel taken care of, so people don't feel the need to work to live, which is why Europe stagnates while America reigns supreme. But here's the thing, this game that we're playing is a very delicate balancing act. Give the peasants too much money and eventually they'll save enough to break free. But give them too little money or make them suffer too much, then your hardworking middle class would just give up. Think about yourself, if your salary couldn't buy you a loaf of bread tomorrow, would you still wake up and go back to work? Of course not. And boom, everything falls apart. So the key is giving them just enough to keep their heads above water, but not too little or too much to where they stop caring. And take a guess which direction the US is headed in. That's right, America's interest payments alone on its debt has reached $1 trillion a year, which means this can only end one of two ways. Either we somehow reduce spending, which Trump is promising, but if history is correct, the debt has only gone up under him, Biden, and Obama, or the government will just tax us more or print more money. Either way, guess who is gonna get squeezed? The poor don't have any money to take. The rich are just gonna take their money and leave. So all that's left is the good old patriotic middle class. And if the middle class, the backbone of America, goes down, then America goes down. And if America goes down, since every other country is tied to America and the dollar, the entire world will be pulled down with us. But Jake, that's preposterous. The middle class can never fully collapse. And you may be right, but let me ask you something. Would you bet your life on that? Would you bet your life on staying in the middle class?
I robbed this guy for 70 million. He was probably so mad. He was like, I'm gonna win. No, you didn't. You got nothing. I took this guy for 73 million. Oh my god. Claim my item. I'm just gonna repost it. Alright, you know what I could do? I could just sell this booster. I could just sell this one booster for immediate money. Because it was free. Yeah, I could just sell this booster for 66. Like right now, right? Yeah, I could sell this for 66, but no, I can get double that on the market. I'm just gonna hypernet it. I'm not that lazy. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Do it. Sold. I hate having to find one particular Master at Arms. It's actually particularly annoying. We could foster some sales on this. We could try and bribe them into giving me that much money for that thing. I don't want to lose money on these though. Yeah, presents. Lots of Christmas presents. made so much money doing that. Where's my... I have so many... right now I have 139 hypernets active. 139. And I'm making 139 sales of shit. It's entirely ships worth more than 50 million too. All 139 of these things are worth at least 50 million. It's insane. Like when it all comes back out again, I could just cash in for the $5 bill if I wanted to. But I mean, why? There's nothing to buy. It's not like real life. There's nothing to buy with it. I'd rather just gamble. Yeah. I suppose I should watch these a little bit more carefully and like, yeah, and like encourage the ones that are like close. Anything that's close at all. Like there's a 5 out of 8. I could encourage them, but it's sort of dumb. I could encourage them though. Oh my god, I can't believe how much money I have on this game now, and it's not like I don't know.
Put it another way, do you think life is gonna get easier or harder for the middle class? When the co-founder of LinkedIn predicts that 9-to-5 jobs and their comfy retirement plans are set to go extinct in 10 years, and what will replace it will be much worse. When the government's own retirement plan is set to implode at the exact same time in 2033, according to the horse's own mouth, when the dollar has already lost 99% of its value in the last 100 years. When we're gonna see even more exponential inflation in the next year thanks to something called the Great Melt-Up that we'll cover at the end. This is why although being in the middle class is definitely better than being in the lower class, being in the middle class is always a losing game. In good times you get squeezed, and in bad times you really get squeezed. Unless you can find a way to escape this game. And yes, there is a way, because within all this chaos, there is a light at the end of the tunnel, and we'll go over that at the end. And that is why we're doing this 3-part documentary series called Escape the Middle Class. In this first episode, we're gonna trace back the roots of this cog-like trap we call the middle class, and how they use 3 main pillars to keep you just above water so you keep working. In part 2 of this docuseries, we're gonna go over the principles you need to escape the middle class, and hints is the exact opposite of the pillars they use to trap you. That's gonna drop this coming Tuesday, and in the final episode, we're gonna go over the best way I see right now to break free from the middle class that everyone is overlooking. That is dropping next Sunday, January 12th. Of all the documentaries I've made, this series and this one that you're about to watch might just be my favorites, just because of how important it is for so many people watching, so you're not gonna wanna miss them. They're free as usual. All you gotta do is click the link below, put in your name and email, it takes like 11 seconds, and you'll get notified when episodes 2 and 3 drop, along with access to our private WhatsApp group for Escape the Middle Class. That will be linked below. And to understand how we got this cog-like system, we gotta go back to the invention of the 40-hour work week. Now to be clear, life before the middle class was a lot worse than it is today. We all know about slavery, but back in the feudalism days, to get economic growth, you would have serfs. Serfs that owed money to you, and the only way they could pay off their debts was to till your fields. And if they didn't pay off their debts, well, they would get sent to prison or worse. And that threat of imprisonment was enough to make them productive. They didn't have a choice but to be productive. And most ended up dying before they turned 30 from overworking, starvation, or some easily curable disease. In the summers, they would work 16 hours from dawn to dusk, and in the winter, they would work 8 hours a day. But at least they had lots of breaks throughout the day, and their lords did feed them and house them. But then came the Industrial Revolution. Now instead of lords and serfs, it was factory owners and their factory workers. And these factory owners didn't really know how to structure this new working world. Suddenly, the slaves had to be paid, given definite hours, and time off. But if anything, life only got worse for the working class. Instead of working out in nature, now it was inside incredibly dangerous factories. Instead of getting housed and fed by the Lord, now they had to house and feed themselves on the lowest wage possible. Instead of waking up naturally at sunrise, now factory owners had to wake up before sunrise every day to wait in lines outside of factories. If you were lucky, you would be chosen to work that day and get paid. But if you got to the factory too late or you were pushed to the back of the line, you would lose out on
I've just never been that much of a sucker. I've just never been that much of a sucker. I've worked when I really didn't want to for like pittance, for like $7.
a full day's wage. And if you got on the bad side of a factory owner, well, you would never be hired again. And with the invention of electricity, life only got worse for workers. Now, instead of working from sunrise to sunset out in nature, now you have to work 14 to 16-hour days 6 days a week, which is almost 100 hours a week. Machines started doing a lot of the heavy lifting, which meant that kids could now work in factories as well. On the year 1900, 1 in 5 children were employed, and it was a dangerous affair. Machines injured 3 times more kids than adults. We're talking losing your fingers, hands, or legs as a kid. Over time, factory work did become more stable, especially in factories where workers needed more skill and training to work on specific machines. People were now hired on a permanent basis instead of having to wait in line every morning at the factory. Factory owners thought they had the best of both worlds with this new system. They could still treat their workers like slaves, but now they didn't have to pay for their food, medical care, or accommodation. But there was one thing factory owners overlooked. Since they weren't slaves or serfs anymore, workers now had the power to quit. They could leave whenever they wanted and never come back. And do you know what happens when you treat people like slaves, but you actually don't have the power to kill or beat them? They quit. Yup, the early 20th century was the first time ghosting your boss became a thing. If factory workers were treated too poorly, or they weren't paid enough for their work, they would either sabotage the machines, work slowly on purpose, or quit without telling anyone, leaving their position empty for days at a time. And no one knew this better than Henry Ford.
so they can stay alive and come back to work.
By the early 1900s, the Ford factory was a revolving door of factory workers who were hired, fired, or resigned faster than it took to train them to actually do their new jobs. And I'm not exaggerating here. In 1913, the Ford factory employed around 13,000 people at any given time. And yet 50,000 workers were hired and left the factory that same year. That meant that workers were leaving pretty much every 3 months, and a single position could be filled by 4 different people in a single year, which wasn't exactly great for productivity. And we all know what a stickler Ford was for maximum efficiency. People were literally coming to work for a few months, getting all the training to operate Ford's machines, and then disappearing because the conditions were that horrible. In 1916 alone, just one Ford plant recorded 200 severed fingers and 75,000 severe cuts, burns, and puncture wounds. Top that off with the terrible pay and treatment, and you can see why Ford couldn't keep an employee longer than 3 months. Something had to change. Ford realized that since all his workers had free will now and could leave whenever they wanted, if his factories tortured people too much, it would actually be counterproductive. They would leave the company, sabotage his machinery, or just slack off and slow everything down. But if you gave them just enough freedom and money to keep their heads above water, if you made the working conditions just safe enough to where it's more of a slow boil versus, getting amputated on the job, they would want to work. They would want to keep their jobs, and that meant more productivity for you. So in 1914, Henry Ford debuted something revolutionary, the 40-hour work week. Instead of working up to 16 hours a day 6 days a week, each Ford employee would only have to work 8 hours a day 5 days a week. On top of that, Ford doubled the pay for each of his workers. The entire country was shocked. Other factory owners were shocked. Doing this would cost the company $10 million, or 50% of its profit for that year. But Henry Ford knew he was onto something. Within a year of these new work schedules, the number of employees that left Ford dropped from 50,000 to just 2,900 workers. And since now he could have 3 shifts working a total of 24 hours a day, the company ended up building 2,000 more cars than expected, and making even more profits. Sure, the working conditions were still just as dangerous, and the jobs were just as mindless and repetitive, but how could anyone say no to double the pay in less hours? For Henry Ford, it was a small price to pay. And now, everyone wanted to work at Ford, which meant that Henry Ford had them right where he wanted them. They still kinda hated their jobs, but none of them were willing to leave because the salary was just too good. Where else am I gonna make this much money? Sound familiar? They were just happy that now they were making $5 a day, so they kept obediently chugging along. And here's the thing. Since Ford switched to this 40-hour work week, if the other factory owners wanted to stay in business, they would have to switch to it too. So one by one, factory owners across the land caved in, and they adopted Ford's new system. And just like that, the 40-hour work week, eventually known as the 9 to 5, became the status quo. It became the first pillar that they used to keep you trapped. And this status quo has lasted to this day. Think about that for a second. The same system invented for factory workers in the early 1900s industrial age is still the same exact system we're forced to work to this day. And to be fair, it was a massive improvement for the time. It was almost too big of an improvement. Now slaves, I mean workers, only had to work 8 hours a day, which meant now they had all this free time after work. They had time to ponder about life, to ponder about their goals, to ponder about maybe one day breaking free and maybe even starting their own thing. In other words, the workers now had time to think. The most dangerous of all acts. See, thinking is the enemy of this cog-like utopia we're building. Think about it, every ounce of wealth, every improvement for the human race, every climb up the social ladder has all come from the simple act of thinking. Literally sitting down with a pen and paper and asking yourself, hey, what's my purpose in life? Is this job gonna get me there? How can I break free? I highly recommend you actually do this, by the way. Thinking is literally the only thing that separates us from the animals. Thinking is what gets you out of bad situations, out of a life you don't like. Thinking is the greatest superpower on this planet that we've all been gifted with. Which is exactly why, if you run a country, you need to condition the masses to not think. You need to condition them not to use their brain. Because if they use their brains, the only possible outcome is that they're not gonna want to fall in line. They're gonna want to change the status quo. I'm gonna repeat this one more time because this is the most important thing in this entire video. The only possible outcome of the masses thinking for themselves is change. So needless to say, something needed to be done. But luckily for those in charge, a fellow puppet master was already hard at work, solving that pesky problem of free thoughts. While Henry Ford was perfecting the 9-to-5 trap, John D. Rockefeller wanted to tackle the problem a little higher upstream. By the late 1800s, there were all these factory jobs, but back then, much of America was still rural. Most people lived on farms. They knew how to do farm jobs. They didn't know how to operate machinery or work at an oil refinery. There was a skill gap. So Rockefeller knew that he needed to educate the masses on a grand scale, or else America would have a shortage of factory workers, slowing down that much needed economic growth. But as you can guess by now, we don't want to educate them too much. We're not trying to create free thinkers here. We need factory workers that fall in line. And so he set out to create a never-ending pipeline of obedient factory workers. And the best way to do that is to get them while they're young. Luckily by that time, mandatory public schools were already a thing. And these were not free-thinking schools by any stretch of the imagination. America's early public schools were all based on what's called the Prussian education system. See, Prussia was an empire that existed in now modern-day Germany, and in the 18th century, Prussia conquered Poland, and it needed a way to convince the Polish people to accept their new German rulers. But the problem is no one likes getting colonized. The Polish people were proud of their heritage, and they viewed the Prussians as the enemy. So the Prussians needed a way to get the Polish people to throw away their Polish identity and accept German imperial nationalism. They needed to Germanize them. And the Prussians weren't stupid. They knew that they could never convince Polish adults to become German. Polish adults had too much pride. They had been patriotic Polish people their entire lives. But the children were a whole nother story. The children didn't know the real history behind Prussia's colonization of Poland. The children didn't understand why their parents hated Prussia. Ah yes, the children were much more moldable. If Prussia could infiltrate the minds of the Polish children and condition them to be German, they could decimate Polish culture in a single generation. And what better way to do that than to hammer Prussian propaganda into the children's heads 6 hours a day, 5 days a week for a nice 8 years straight. And so the Prussian education system was born. For 8 years, children between the ages of 5 to 13 years old would be separated from their parents for 6 hours a day to be educated. And if you didn't give up your kid to the States, your kid would be taken away from you and forced into school anyways. Which is something that we just accept today, but it's pretty weird to think about. And what kind of education were they exposed to, you may ask? Well, children were divided by age, not by what they've already learned or what they want to learn. They were taught that the teacher is the ultimate authority, that the children are just there to provide empty heads that the teacher is paid to fill. In the Prussian education system, teaching certificates became a thing, where the one and only qualification you need to teach was this official piece of paper. Whether or not you were actually good at teaching doesn't matter. This is also where the concept of the final exam came about, where if you want to get into certain professions, you needed to pass. This is also where the concept of hour-long classes came about. No depth, no time to develop a passion or hone a skill, definitely no curriculum on how to make money or move up in the world, just 1 hour for each subject and then you're rushed off to the next. And of course, they made sure to instill a strong Prussian national identity in their peoples. Starting to sound familiar, right? And if you think this sounds way too far-fetched, this is exactly what China is doing right now to the Muslim Uyghur people in the Xinjiang region of China. They probably took notes from the Prussians. And here's the thing, this new Prussian education system worked shockingly well. One Prussian philosopher brilliantly described their education model by writing, "Education should be aimed at destroying free will, so that after pupils are thus schooled, they would be incapable throughout the rest of their lives of thinking or acting otherwise than as their schoolmasters would have wished." When the technique has been perfected, every government that has been in charge of education for more than one generation will be able to control its subjects securely without the need of armies or policemen.
Bullshit.
It was as poetic as it was true. If you want a submissive population that you can rule over, like a dog that gets shocked when he barks, you have to condition them not to think. And as this quote-unquote education system spread all over Germany, it became clear to other nations that this system was the perfect nation-building tool that they didn't even know they needed. One British observer said the Prussian system is actually producing a spirit of acquiescence to arbitrary power, that it was designed to quote enslave the human mind. So naturally, it started spreading all over Europe, and it also caught the eye of a few educators over in America. One of these education advocates was a man named Horace Mann, and in 1843 he was so intrigued that he traveled all the way to Germany to see the Prussian system with his own 2 eyes. And by the end of his trip, he was so fascinated, so impressed, that he hurried back to import the system into America. And soon enough, mandatory state-funded public schools started popping up all over America, and they were all based on this exact same Prussian system. By the early 1900s, most kids in America were attending mandatory Prussian-inspired elementary schools. Which brings us back to John D. Rockefeller and his desire to create an endless stream of obedient factory workers. All the pieces were there for him already. The only problem was there wasn't a standard curriculum for American public schools to follow, so most kids ended up learning nothing that would make them useful in an oil refinery, mine, or factory. That was until Rockefeller brought in a man named Frederick T. Gates. Frederick Gates was a trusted advisor to Rockefeller, and what Rockefeller told him to do was simple: take over the American education system. And what he did was diabolical. Frederick Gates started by creating the General Education Board. To the outside world, the General Education Board sounded like this very official governing body that oversaw the education system of America, and that's exactly what Gates and Rockefeller wanted. But in reality, the General Education Board was just some random organization that they created out of thin air. It wasn't created by the government, there was nothing general about it. But since it had Rockefeller money and connections to back it up, within less than a year, the General Education Board went official. It was incorporated by an act of Congress with the official purpose of promoting education within the United States of America, without distinction of race, sex, or creed. And so this made-up organization by Rockefeller was given full reign by the US government to bend the American education system to Rockefeller's will. And bend he did. Rockefeller used the General Education Board to inject billions of dollars into the education system to mold it into his liking, and it worked perfectly. Before, schools had been free to decide on their own curriculum, on their own exams, on how they graded their students. But if you ran a school and you wanted a taste of some of those billions of dollars, well then you had to adopt Rockefeller's curriculum. And on top of that, under the General Education Board, more than 900 high schools were opened in the southern states alone by 1914, all following the exact same conditioning, curriculum and schedule decided by Rockefeller. Rockefeller and other tycoons like Andrew Carnegie were so effective at shaping the education system that the National Education Association said,
"We view with alarm the activity of the Carnegie and Rockefeller Foundations, agencies not in any way responsible to the people, in their efforts to control the policies of our state educational institutions, to fashion after their conception and to standardize our courses of study, and to surround the institutions with conditions which menace true academic freedom and defeat the primary purpose of democracy."
But by then, it was far too late. By 1918, you could face fines, your kid could be taken away from you by force. You could even face jail time if you didn't ship off your kid to get their public conditioning. Then came the standardized test, the high school credit hour system, and even labeling and medicating kids who didn't do well in this Rockefeller education model, using Rockefeller petrochemical drugs, of course. And it just got worse and worse and worse. In Frederick Gates' own words, quote,
"In our dream we have limitless resources, and the people yield themselves with perfect docility to our molding hand. The present educational conventions fade from our minds, and unhampered by tradition, we work our own goodwill upon a grateful and responsive rural folk. We shall not try to make these people or any of their children into philosophers or men of learning or of science. We are not to raise up among them authors, orators, poets, or men of letters. We shall not search for embryo great artists, painters, musicians. Nor will we cherish even the humbler ambition to raise up from among them lawyers, doctors, preachers, statesmen, of whom we now have ample supply." End quote.
This is the education system Rockefeller wanted. One that doesn't search for the intrinsic gifts endowed in each of us. One that doesn't create philosophers, authors, artists, or musicians. No, the modern-day education system was designed for one thing and one thing only. To pump out mindless, thoughtless, standardized cogs. Cogs that are perfectly conditioned for 9-to-5 jobs. Rockefeller put it even more succinctly. He said, I don't want a nation of thinkers, I want a nation of workers. And that's exactly what he got. Rockefeller cemented the modern-day education system as a second pillar that they use to keep you trapped in the middle class. The average American starts preschool at 3 years old. They then spend the next at least 15 years of their life being taught that if they follow a specific set of instructions and do exactly as they're told, they'll get this guaranteed outcome, a good grade. And that's exactly what you get at a 9-to-5. You go to work, you wait for your boss to give you instructions, you follow them to the T, and you get a guaranteed paycheck. No thinking necessary. The average school day is 6 to 7 hours long, but if you include extracurriculars and homework, it brings it up to around 8 to 9 hours. So even the hours condition you for a job. Schools have strict rules on the clothes you can wear, acceptable behavior, when you need to arrive and leave, when you get to do things like use the bathroom or eat your lunch, just like in the factories. Schools reinforce the belief that there is only one right answer and only one right way to do something, and that any creative thought or customized path is strictly outlawed, just like in the factories. And none of this is accidental. From the moment a child starts to form their beliefs of reality, of life, of what they're capable of, they're placed in a school where the only measure of success is not how creative you are, is not how unique you are, but how well you follow instructions. So are we surprised that most people don't think for themselves? Are we surprised that it feels so hard and so uncomfortable to actually go after our dreams? Are we really surprised that the moment you step out of life, the moment you try to be anything more than average, the moment you try to be an individual, everyone around you tries to tear you down, that everyone around you laughs and ridicules you? But if we just kept these two pillars alone, the education system and rat race jobs, some ambitious peasants still might be able to save enough money together to eventually be free.
Well, I hit 1 million gil, but I don't play this game. I mean, I don't really play this game, but I hit 1 million gil. I mean, again, after buying the Royal Cloak for 760 million, I'm just gonna keep making money on all 3 of these games. Tell me that money isn't winning the game, pretty much. I think it is. Money is winning these games. So if I have endless money on EVE and FFXI and New World, I'll be happy. I'll build a career out of it. I know it's boring as fuck for you to watch me chop trees for fucking 40 hours a week or whatever. Or more. I mean, more now. But like for 100 hours a week or whatever. But I don't care. I don't care. The money, I mean, honestly, you can see how selfish the MMO lifestyle actually is. Die, kitty. I hate this kitty. I hate him so much. This is like the worst mob that I've fought in so long. I hate that cat because you can't do shit with him. He doesn't drop loot. You can't skin him. He's a ghost. He doesn't exist. He just wastes your time. That's it. And he's only there to prevent me from just farming these particular blue trees. That's it.
So obviously these two pillars are not enough. We need one more thing, one more pillar to keep them on the hamster wheel forever. And that third pillar came during the Great Depression.
Fear. It's fear of losing your job. It's fear of falling down to the streets. Fear of debt, fear of debt collectors, fear of repossession, fear of mortgage, fear of what do they call it? Foreclosure. Foreclosure is a really big fear in a lot of Americans' hearts. Big, deep, stabbing fear in a lot of Americans' hearts. Foreclosure.
By 1930,
I think it's fear of these things that actually keeps us in line, though. I don't think it's the problems themselves, because I know many people in the lower class that never had anything at all that are doing just fine. They're doing just fine. They don't listen to the news, so they're not unhappy. They don't live lives that outside of their means, so they're not unhappy. Some of them are drug addicts and don't care. Fucking full-blown do not care. Active, I would call them functional drug addicts. They work, they earn money, they have a house, you know, but they're like full-blown functional methamphetamine addicts that have been for 30, 40 years. I know so many people like that. I know so many hundreds of people like that. It's the same, but I do. I know a whole bunch in the lower class that are just full-blown, live their lives with active drug addictions and feel no shame for it. I know a lot of people like that. And like, and when you see that, you begin to understand in the lower class, we like everybody's just dead. We were like hurt by the cold. Everybody's got a drug addiction. Everybody's fucked up. They live in squalor. They live in shitty houses that are getting repossessed or the rent's due and we don't have it or that kind of thing. It's fucking annoying. And in the middle class, they still have houses, but they work so hard that they're so stressed out all the time. They work so hard. They spend like 40 minutes like in a commute every day. They've got kids that they're worried about because they have drug addictions, and it's just insane. It's like, it's weird. It's like ticky-tacky house people.
America was neck deep in the Great Depression. The economy was stagnating, so people were hoarding their money, as they should. But if you remember, hoarding money is the last thing you as the government want the masses to do. Because hoarding money means no spending means no economic growth, and no economic growth means you're getting voted.
And this is why fiscal Republicans are evil, children.
Out of office.
Fiscal conservatives are evil.
So the government needed a way to get the masses to squander away all.
When the liberals get bad and evil, you get the flower power revolution. When you get the free sex revolution, whatever you want to call it, the roaring 70s and 80s and shit. That's what happens when liberals get bad. When Republicans get bad, or not Republicans, but conservatives get bad, fiscal conservatives get bad, you get the Great Depression. War. Violence.
Those hard-earned dollars. Because if the people don't start spending, the economy is going to take lower and lower. Yeah. Enter President Roosevelt's New Deal.
Elon stacking $400 billion, we think, oh, we have to stack $400 billion too, and we don't spend money either, and nobody spends money in the world, and everything is poor.
And the most important part of this New Deal? The creation of the Federal Housing Administration, or FHA. See, at the time, only the 1% could own homes. Mortgages were too expensive for the average American to afford. But thanks to the New Deal and the FHA, all of that was about to change. They were gonna make mortgages.
Yeah, like houses used to be the property of the bank, and they would like let you live there and shit. It's insane. It's like
more affordable so that the middle class could also quote unquote own homes. Of course, they didn't actually own the home. They're in debt to the bank to own their home, but that was neither here nor there. Because when you feel like you quote unquote own a home, you feel secure, you feel stable, you feel successful, which makes you spend more money. On top of that, when a citizen owns a home on a mortgage, that citizen is guaranteed to never stop.
Like when you think of a home, like what do you see when you come in the front door? You see a screen door. That costs a screen door company and a bunch of patent companies and a bunch of research and a bunch of fucking people. You see the man who attached the screen door. You see the person who transported the screen door to the fucking house where the home was placed. You have a lot of labor around just the fucking door that you walk in your own home. So I just make sure I didn't miss a text. You walk past the sofa. The sofa, it has plastic stuff on it and rubber stuff on it and wood stuff on it and metal stuff on it and craftsman's work. You walk past the monitor, it has microchips in it, and microchip companies make their money. Plastic screens and electricity, so the power company makes their money. You walk past the big screen television and it's like LG. LG is a really big electronics company. They do really well. They have they do all types of trade. They move stuff across water and overseas into different countries and all this. That means money to the transportation companies. The transportation companies, they moved your refrigerator to your house. Your refrigerator, it's got Freon in it, so there's a bunch of chemists and chemistry and chemical stuff, and there's in your cupboard is Pine Sol and fucking bleach, and that pays Dow Chemicals and all these other crazy chemical concerns and stuff. And this is what owning a home actually means. It means supporting all of the other businesses out there. I own my own home. I'm extremely proud of this. It's a cheap home. It's $35,000. It's a crappy home, but it's, you know, it's not a crappy home, but it's a beautiful home. We made it beautiful. But, you know, I don't own the land that it's on, at least not yet. I don't own the fucking, you know, I don't own anything except this home. And I worked for, I would say it was something like 20 years to be able to afford this $35,000 home. I'm very blessed to have a tiny home. And there's enough room in it to move a woman and a child in here too, which is something that I sort of intend to do as well. And like, you know, and I love my home and I value my home and I know all the work that goes into it. Now I sit here and I do my job like every single fucking day for like 14 fucking hours. If I wasn't doing that, I would be out driving taxi or driving cars or driving for the cartel or some such like that. Or driving for Amazon, probably something like that. I don't really know what I would be doing, but I would be doing something like that. But no, I needed the time. I'm unemployable because I can't work for another man. I've got to do it for myself because I can't trust I can't trust the welfare of my life. It doesn't cost a lot of money for me to survive. I live off of $7,000 a year. So, you know, and I live off of $7,000 a year and I contribute to my family's welfare as well. And I don't mind this, but I understand that my time is my own, and I had to do a rebellion there where I left the society. I became a drug addict to the worst 2 substances known to man. I ran freely in the streets selling drugs and doing crazy things like a ghetto child, and I feel horrible about this. But I also experienced what it was like to be in the lower class and be begging your friends if you could sleep on their couch and living outside in your backyard and shit like this, or living outside and underneath like some fucking building down the street or something like that, or a burnt out restaurant or that kind of thing. And after experiencing severe abject poverty with the worst drug addictions that you could possibly have, with the worst problems and everything, it's still seeing something so beautiful as cloud candy or something else like that. And it's still meeting somebody that wonderful, or being around somebody that wonderful, or being around my Rust clan, or being around, like, you know, seeing other Americans and other people and stuff, and seeing all the people in my scene and all this when I was a kingpin type person, and like, you know, a big drug supply person, and, you know, moving like, you know, like at least like 3 ounces a day, if not more. You know, I wasn't moving weight, I was just moving ounces, you know, and ounces of methamphetamine, they're not cheap. So
Up working. After all, they wouldn't.
So like, you know, so yeah, so having scrunged my way up from the gutter and bought my own home and lived the American dream over the last, like, you know, 13 years, and 2 of those years I spent in a mental health facility from an attempted murder, and because I was in the system for, you know, I was at risk, I was in the system, and I was a full-blown drug addict and to 2 different substances, and I was living in a motel with a stripper, and I was just at risk, you know, I was at risk. And when I wasn't living in the hotel with a stripper, I was like living in a fucking flop house full of drug addicts. And, you know, I'm not proud of these things. It's just that, you know, they were stepping stones along the way to understanding that my life, it was going to be whatever the fuck I said it was going to be. It was never going to be this thing about school. You know, I literally failed out of the 8th grade because I refused to do homework the entire, like, you know, I dealt with my parents' divorce when I was in the 8th grade, and abject poverty, and like just like falling down to the streets, being forced to understand the identity of my family when I really didn't want to, and all this other stuff when I was like, I don't know, 12, and I ran away from home, and I stole a car, and all this other shit, and you know, it just wasn't a fun time. And having seen that, I knew by the age of like 15 that I was gonna do whatever the fuck I wanted to do. It wasn't going to always be school. It wasn't always going to be work. It wasn't always going to be serving the country. You know, I did try to enlist in the Navy, and they told me I was too fat because I play video games all the time. And I was like, well, I'm not stopping video games for you. Fuck you. You know? I'm not stopping video games for you. I'll work and I'll do, you know, but I mean, I joined the Navy on the assumption that I could play video games when I'm not in service, you know, when I'm not on the roll, on the job, and I have rest and recreational time. I'm going to continue to play video games obsessively just like I am right now. I was not going to stop playing video games and being slightly overweight because of it. You know what I'm saying? I was not going to fucking stop doing that for the Navy. That wasn't going to happen, you know? I'm not stopping and doing that. Now, could I have been maybe one of their best minds? Yeah, but no, not after their fucking closed-minded shit, no. And so, I did my best to try and serve my country, to try and work all of my life. You know, I did my best. I didn't work all of my life. I definitely didn't. And now I'm on disability because it's like it's fucked up between the drug addictions, the brain damage, smashing my head into the fucking pavement, and all the problems that fucking happened, and all the people that came after me, and all the bullshit. The one thing that I can tell you right now, I know that I'm going to do is be me. That's it. I'm not going to fucking, like, I'm not going to be working 40 hours. I mean, I work 100-hour weeks. I do. I mean, I full-blown do. Like, I was just now looking at my Twitch breakdown. Like my Twitch breakdown here is insane. Oh, I have 6 viewers. Hi guys, I love you. I don't ever check or see or read the chat or anything, but I still fucking love you guys. You know, I'm sorry I don't read the chat. But if we go to the analytics and we look at the overview, shouldn't I have my my thing, my overview? What happened here? Yeah, here we go. I had my end of year overview or whatever the fuck it was, and I don't know how to get back to it again, so I'm not going to pull it again. But there we go. My recap, right? I sent a picture of this to Cloud Candy because I was so immensely fucking proud of it. I thought the only person in the world might understand how really proud I am of these numbers. This year I streamed 4,000 hours. I did 496 total streams over 348 days, 7,000 hours. I am the laziest piece of shit on the motherfucking planet. The numbers are right here. I'm the laziest piece of shit on the planet. I full-blown am. The numbers are right here. I have streamed for 4,070 hours this year. It's insane. It just goes on. Top category is just chatting. I had my best stream this year had 88 viewers. It was because I dissed a corporation on Eve to their fucking face. Right to their face. And I blocked all 90 of them or whatever. Because they were fucking losers. They're fucking safety. Fuck safety. I don't care if my best stream was because I dissed safety to their fucking face. Fuck safety. Fuck safety. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care, bitch. It could have been 888,000 angry Republicans mad at me because I'm calling them piece of shit fiscal conservatives that starve us all to death in our worst hour. And all the shit. I don't care what it is. It could be 888 million right-wingers threatening to kill me. I don't care what it fucking is. I don't care. It's hilarious, but I don't care what it is, but I am proud of it. I'm proud of it. The pride comes out. The numbers are fucking amazing. I love these hours, fucking amazing. So I am the laziest piece of shit on the fucking planet. I work 4,000 hour years or whatever. I work 100-hour weeks, but I am the laziest piece of shit on the planet. And so this all goes to this thing that he's talking about, which is like, I'm gonna live and I'm sure that all the people who just quit their jobs recently feel the same fucking thing. I feel the same thing. I quit everything. I quit the judgment of being a drug addict. I just don't take it anymore. I won't take it from my family. I won't take it from my friends. If you don't like me because I like drugs, you can go fucking fuck your worthless fucking bullshit pro-drug war cocksucker ass. I don't fucking care about your judgment. I don't care. If you want to judge me, you're not God. Go fuck yourself. Only God can judge me. That's Tupac Shakur. You know what I'm saying? And I really believe this too. Only God can judge me. I really feel this. So your judgment about being poor or doing drugs or whatever the fuck, I don't care. I couldn't give two shits about that, or being gay, or I'm not gay, but I'm just saying, like, judgment in general, that's God's job, not yours. Piece of shit humans. So, and I love this shit, I do. And I love my job, particularly because I know that I'm doing what I want to do all day, every single fucking day. If I don't want to go do something, I don't go do something. If I want to go do something, I go do something. It doesn't matter what it is. I will have freedom in the pursuit of happiness in America. I don't care what you think about it. I don't care if you build a drug war and try to kill me. I don't care what you fucking say. I will have happiness and I will have freedom in the pursuit of happiness in America. I don't give a shit how fucking fascist you get.
Want their
I don't
beautiful
care. I don't care. I will have freedom and happiness in the pursuit of happiness in America. I will. I am like the happiest guy you'll ever meet. I'm the laziest guy you'll ever meet. I work the hardest of anybody that you'll ever meet. The numbers are there. No, not even Elon clocked these hours this year. Nobody did. You understand? Like, but I am the laziest piece of shit that you ever met, because I particularly I don't have the hours of a lazy man. I don't have the hours of a lazy man, but I am the laziest piece of shit that you've ever met, particularly because I am just gonna do whatever being happy and the pursuit of happiness means to me. I don't give a shit about if you care if I do drugs. I don't care what you think. It doesn't matter. Or if I'm fat or whatever, it doesn't matter what it is. I don't care. And then I encourage every other American to view it like this too. Not just every other American, but everybody in the fucking world. These people, they have built the 40-hour work week to enslave the middle class. It's insane, but it is true. And if you subscribe to it, you're a fucking moron. And I don't know how to unsubscribe to it, so I have some sympathy to you being a moron because we have public schools. We are stupid because we have public schools. They are Prussian fucking mind control machines. Am I saying school's bad? No, I'm saying the way that we do public schools is bad. We need to reform.
Home to get
and if you continue to make drug wars and shit that violate my fucking inalienable right to be a happy American, freedom in the pursuit of fucking happiness, if you continue to run these drug wars and push children like Ilian Gonzalez around with your fully automatic weapons as you goose step around like the Nazi fascist pieces of shit that you are, I will resist you across every fucking board. I'm just gonna resist you. I'm sorry, but no, I really actually believe in freedom in the pursuit of happiness. I don't think you do. I think you believe in 55,000 prisons. How many prisons in the U.S.? Was it 55,000? I don't think you believe in prison. I don't think you believe in freedom at all. Not at all. I think you believe in 55,000 prisons. I am absolutely certain of this. Oh, did I die? Oh yeah, Puma killed me, but I don't think I lost anything. No, I don't think I lost anything though.
That what we do?
Oh yeah, oops. So yeah, I'm just saying it is true. That like you must do whatever the fuck that you want to do. It is true. This is true of America. It's true of all of the world. It is true that you must do whatever the fuck you want to do. It doesn't matter what a drug war says, or some piece of shit Republican who's got his thumb up God's ass trying to be God to judge you or tell you that you're wrong because you're gay or you like drugs or some bullshit like that or whatever. Fuck them in their stupid, worthless, fascist piece of shit asses. They can go suck a fucking dick. That is not what freedom in the pursuit of happiness is. You can go suck a dick, you fucking fascist.
So the FHA created America's very first affordable home loans, meaning that if someone couldn't afford to continue
your judgment over trans, your judgment over pronouns, your judgment over fucking Mexicans, your judgment over black people, BLM, killing them in the streets, I can't breathe, all that bullshit. Yeah, just know.
You paying their mortgage.
Freedom in the pursuit of happiness, bitch. You forgot. You've been 55,000 prison choke stomping us for fucking 19 years or something like that. And that is not freedom in the pursuit of happiness. It is... Yeah. Oh, is it 6,245? I thought it was 55,000. No, it's 6,245 prisons. Yeah, 6,245. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mangle the number. I thought it was 50,000. I remember reading 55,000 or something. But yeah, this is what is 6,245 divided by 50? And I know this is sort of bad math because we got a lot of counties in this country. But I mean, this number is fairly atrocious just right on the initial fucking, inspection. 6,245 jails in this goddamn country divided by 50 states. That's 124 jails for every goddamn fucking state. That is insane. That is insane. Do we even have that many counties in each state? Or whatever? It's sort of insane. I mean, I guess we do need county prisons and municipal prisons, I suppose. We do. But that does not sound like freedom to me. That sounds like a lot of prisons. Like a lot of them. That doesn't really sound like fucking freedom to me. You putting us in prison over nonviolent drug offenses killed this country.
Mortgage, the government would pay for it. And to the banks...
Oh, and also all the foreclosure and mortgage stuff. Yeah, too. The bank crisis. The bank, well, you know, the housing crisis.
Was a dream come true. Because now it meant
Between
that they could...
the housing crisis, the education foible, or whatever you want to call it, like the education bungle, the housing bungle, and the fucking, the drug war bungle, the prison bungle. They were too good.
Could sell as many loans as they wanted with zero risk to a brand new customer base that couldn't afford it before. And so 7, 10, and 15-year mortgages were born. Now instead of huge down payments of up to 50%, banks would accept as little as 20% as the down payments. And since people had up to 15 years to pay off their house, their monthly payments
eons. You're going to be paying it off for eons. 15%, you won't have to pay for eons. And then you look up and yeah, eons passed, and now you owe like $100,000 on that piece of shit $2,300 sectional that you rented or whatever. It's insane. Eons, right? Eons.
This would be a lot smaller too. It was genius. Suddenly, it wasn't just the rich upper class that could afford to take out a mortgage and buy a house. Now the upper middle class could also own a home. And the key word here is the upper middle class. Because although 15-year mortgages were an improvement, the middle class and lower...
Nobody really has $600,000 except the upper middle class. Nobody has that. Like 94% of America or whatever the fuck it is. It's a little less. It's like 84 or something like that. 84% of America cannot afford a home. If you've never heard a more horrible sentence in your life as an American, then I challenge you to come up with one. Maybe the Holocaust happened, right? The Holocaust happened is the worst sentence in American lexicon. But right after that is the next worst sentence, which is 84% of America can't afford a home. We're the richest country in the world, but the rich people stole so much of the money and charged so much for homes and mortgages and all this other stuff that like 84% of us can't afford a home. How are we the richest country in the world, but then we can't afford a home?
Lower class still couldn't afford it. So they took it one step further and created the 30-year mortgage. Now, instead of paying $67 a month for
eons, you pay your entire fucking life.
A $10,000 house.
But hey, we did it. We crawled our way up from the lower class to the middle class. We did it. We like everybody that I know, all the people that I know and love, their parents or their grandparents, full blown fucking like took a 30-year loan on a mortgage and ran that house into the ground for 40 years and shit. Fixed it, did the roofs, did everything. Like everybody I know did this. They all took a 30-year loan and they paid off a fucking house forever. My family was a little bit more lucky, or not lucky, but just sort of fortuitous. For most of my mother's life anyway, she was rich. So, not most of, but you know, about 15 years of my mother's life she was rich. Otherwise, she was lower to middle class, and when she was rich, we began to understand that not all of us stay down there. Not all of us stay down there in the ghettos of fucking LA or whatever.
People could just pay $47 instead. Imagine that, just $47 a month, and you could be a successful
You could be a homeowner, and everyone in America took the offer. Everyone did. They're like, everyone's manifest destiny, go. We're gonna fucking build the greatest country known to man. And then the rich people stole 96% of all of the land, the real estate, the money, and fucked us, and turned our schools into a thought-killing machine designed to create good workers. Except none of us will work. We can't figure out why none of us will work. It's because it's for them. If you work for yourself like me, you're very happy. If you work for someone else, you're an idiot.
Homeowner. Pretty irresistible, right? And so the middle class flooded in to buy homes, not realizing that by signing on the dotted line, they basically guaranteed that they would have to work for the next.
One of the things I love about Asian culture is when you look at families, wait, was that my tree or someone else's tree? I think that was my tree. One of the things I like about Asian families is often the father will have a trade, and his job is where he lives. And people come past the home and they learn martial arts from him, or that sounded racist, but I'm talking about like their dojo was often their home, or like, you know, their office was often their home. This is something that I wish America would do more. They hang shingles is what I'm trying to get at, right? It's like if they were a baker, the front of their house was the front of a bakery, right? And they would live in the bakery and they would sell, and you know, it's Jerome the baker, George the ox car driver, and his job is his life and where he lives. And so how well his home is how well his job does. And, you know, and this is a better system. It's a better system, sort of. It's like if you are your own livelihood and you are your own boss, and your job is your home, your family will do okay, because everybody knows that the floors need to be swept. It's a business. Everybody knows that the tills need to be run. Nobody pays for workers. They just have family members who help out, and the man does all the work. I know how sexist that sounds, but it's true. And the man does all the work, right? And the woman helps rear the children. It's fucking shitty and sexist, but this is how humans sort of tend to suss themselves out. It's not always like that, thank God, but you know, but that's usually how it works. And the kids grow up and they take over the bakery. And they make sure that all the cousins and all the people can eat. If there's a problem, the family, you know, that to me is the American dream. We stumbled from this. Now the American dream is working at a job 40 hours a week, paying rent that you can't afford, and dreaming of a possibility of something better. Which is very weird, because we have so much money in this country that we don't need to live like that. We could pave the streets in gold. And we often do. You ever seen in the airports, really big airports, they'll have those walking escalators that take you all the way the fuck across the airport? Do you have any idea how much money that costs to keep running all the time? To research and develop and keep running all the time? How much money that actually is? It's insane. It's like they paved the streets of the airport with gold. That's an example of how much money we as Americans make, but that we don't keep. We just pay to our landlords. So my job is to tell you to be your own landlord, be your own business, be your own proletariat, etc. No, I'm not pushing communism. No, I'm not pushing socialism or even social democracy, because it's not like that. I believe in capitalism. I'm an American, and I believe in being able to pay for my pizza and my beer and my weed and my video games and my television screens. I'm a capitalist. I believe in money. I do. It sucks. That's a part of America. It's unfortunate, but it is true. I don't hate people with money. I hate when you spend the money by just letting it sit in a bank account or on really lavish, stupid, bougie bullshit that we don't need, like escalators. And, yeah.
30 years of their life while being stuck in the exact same place. You would have no room for that passion project. You wouldn't be able to take some time off to
I never would have done this stream if I wasn't given some disability help from the government. I never would have done it. I would have just worked like a slave serf for the rest of my goddamn life and fucked out as a drug addict and just burnt out until I was dead. It's fucking annoying. And it sucks that, and I'm not the only young American male with that kind of legacy. It's unfortunate. I know so many men like me that are just burnout, fucked up drug addicts who play video games all day and do nothing. Full blown. And I know so many people like me, and it's like a disease. I think the women watched us do this, and they were like, "Oh my God, who is gonna fucking do the work?" You know, it's insane. It is sort of like that. Who is gonna do the work? You know, I don't really know. I mean, the women do a lot of the work. They do. It sucks. You know, when you can't afford to get the 30-year loan anymore because your credit's so bad before the age of 18. Like literally, by the time that I reached 18, I had bad credit, but I had never had a credit card. I had never bought anything. I don't really understand how I went to check my credit when I was 18, and it was like 416 or something like that. And I was like, I don't really understand that. I've never had a credit card.
Yourself, you would have no possible chance
I still
of
have
retiring
never
early.
had a credit card. I've never had a credit card. I don't really understand that. My credit rating right now, I think, is like 311. I've never had a credit card. I don't really understand that. Like, that is you stacking the decks. That is full-blown you stacking the decks. I can't get a loan for a house. I've got to buy a $35,000 fifth wheel and shit and beg my parents to stay on their fucking land. I can't buy a fucking house. You fucked my credit before I was 18. You fucked me in the schools and you made me an idiot. And you kind of like, you know, I'm sorry, but it is kind of true like that. It's we have so much money, but you stuffed your bank account with it rather than fixing the schools and fixing the credit problem, you know?
In the government's eyes,
I kind of hate you, and I want to come take that money and fix the schools and the credit problems with it, and the burned down Paradise, and the burnt out Lahaina, and the fallen down bridge in Baltimore, and all this other shit. I want to fix all the problems that you caused when you stole all of this money.
Every middle-class person that bought a home at 30 years old, well, that's just another person that's guaranteed to work for another 30 years until they're 60. But wait, it gets better. See, what the middle class doesn't realize is that people move every 5 to 7 years. And every time they move, they have to get a
because
new
they
mortgage.
get evicted every 5 or 7 years because they have some problem every 5 or 7 years they can't deal with because they're in poverty all the time.
So that 30-year clock resets all over again. Banks know this, so they set up mortgages in a way where the first few years you own your home, you're mostly paying interest to the bank. You're barely even building any equity. Take a look at this graph. The orange parts of the bars is all the interest you pay each year for your mortgage. And as you can see, at the start of your mortgage, almost all of your money is going straight into the banker's pockets. So by the time you move at years 5 to 7,
Oh God, maybe we'll spark some revolution here, you know? Maybe if we yell loud enough on YouTube, we might spark a revolution. I hope that they topple these fucking worthless pieces of shit that stuff their bank accounts full of our fucking blood money. That's our rent money. They stole it. That shit was supposed to go towards the roads, the schools, the highways, you know, exploration towards space, you know, research and development, trying to stay out of foreign wars, not trying to get into them, and all this other stuff. You know, that was not your money to stuff into the real estate fucking mogul fucking sector. You know, that was not your money to stuff into you know, Rockefeller's pocket.
you've mostly paid interest. Now you have to
that interest you charged, that was like, that's a mortal sin. I'd be surprised if you don't burn for it. Straight up, it was a mortal sin. You're probably gonna burn for it.
So the clock pay mostly interest again?
You stole too much money from all of mankind, and you're gonna burn in hell with Satan. I'm dead serious too. The gods and fucking managers that fucking fucked up the fucking upper class who control the real estate in this fucking world, they're gonna burn in straight hell. They fucked us so bad with the banks. They're gonna burn in hell straight with Satan. They're Satan, super Satan. They're people that have gone super Satan. They screwed us so bad on such a biblical level almost that they are Satan. I don't really see the difference. I really don't.
Until you move again in another 5 to 7 years and the cycle repeats. Until what you know, you started at 30 years old, 30 years passes by, you're 60 now, you've mostly paid just a bunch of interest to banks your entire working life, you're still working now, and when you die, you get to pass on your mortgage to your kids. And once again, the cycle repeats. So as you can see, the government and the banks have set it up in a way where when most people sign a 30-year mortgage, it isn't just for 30 years, it usually means they're locked in for life.
In which economists and other social commentators say the family that has...
Remember, you can't ever leave. It's poverty. I lived all my life believing that I could somehow fly. I believe I can fly. I believe R. Kelly pissed on that girl. And I don't think about it every night and day. Never mind.
Both mom and dad in the workforce is economically diversified. If he loses his job, she still has her job. If she loses her job, he still has his job. And to me, that
everybody
is
has their jobs. Everybody gets to live. Everybody gets to eat. But where your serfs that you walk on to, like that you walk on all the way to the bank. We're like literally like the 300 slaves, that come with Xerxes or whatever, and we come in on a litter of fucking serfs that have been fucked on a 90-year fucking mortgage loan on the house that his grandparent bought or whatever. And it's literally like that fucking, oh my god, it reminds me of this old sci-fi novel I read, or I think it was a short story by I want to say Kurt Vonnegut. But it's like this rebellion that happens because the teenage girl is pissed off. She lives in this apartment with her great-great-great-great-grandmothers and her great-great or whatever, she lives in an apartment with her great-grandmother, her grandmother, her mother, and herself and her daughter. And there's like 28 people living in this fucking apartment. And the power just got shut off. This was like a sci-fi novel from the fucking 70s, if I recall. It wasn't a novel. It was a short story. It was a magazine story that Kurt Vonnegut wrote about what he thought it was going to be like in the year 2030. And it was that we were all living in apartments with the last 4 generations stacked to the fucking gills. And there's one television that we all watch, and on the television is a bunch of programming done by the government to fucking mind wash us and all this. I mean, we've heard this before with 1984 and stuff like this. But at this point, there's this point where the young girl realizes that they're all eating Soylent Green, and it's their great grandmother's fucking corpse or whatever. It's disgusting. It's such a fucked up story. Oh yeah, there's Kinkerboo. Oh no, I'm going to die because I'm a mage. No, go. I'm not in combat. He hasn't hit me. Oh yeah. I fucking straight got away from his ass. Haha. Hee. Ooh. Silverman. Bye, bitch.
When the budget shifted to take account of both of those incomes, so that going from needing 52 paychecks a year in order to make the mortgage payment and the health insurance payment, to needing 104 paychecks a year, his and her paychecks, in order to make the mortgage payment and the health insurance payment. The family didn't get financially safer.
They got
the
financially
family got
worse.
Riskier.
Yeah.
So as prices are shooting up, prices for homes in suburbs.
So then they realize that they're all just like matrix batteries living in this house. There's like 26 of them living there, all their cousins and families and all this stuff. And they're like starting to realize that the food that they're buying at the grocery store is actually just other human beings who've been ground up, because there's so many more people on the planet than there is food, that eventually we just start feeding humans to other humans, as like Soylent Green and shit. It was like basically Soylent Green. But it was more about like living in an apartment with 26 other people and how shitty that would be. It wasn't Soylent Green. It was more about what the real reality of this kind of level of social control actually is. It's like stacking fucking apartments full of people that are all poor. It's actually kind of crazy. That is the end result of all of this. It's fucking annoying.
For example,
I know, because I did it when I was like young. Okay, like when I was younger, we had like a biker commune, and we would roll sometimes 10 to 30 people deep. And so like if you wanted to travel, you would just like if you wanted to eat, you would shell out $2 in a big pool, and you would buy this huge amount of food that would feed a lot of people, and it wouldn't cost you any money. If you wanted to travel, you could just pile in the hotel room with 10 other people, and that's how we traveled across the world. You know, you would pile in a hotel room with 10 other people, and then you know, $100 for a hotel room doesn't seem so bad because it's just $10 each. You know. And that's how we got through the poverty that these shithead oligarchs fucking subjected us to. All of my life, we would stack up and we'd be like, how do we buy marijuana when it's an eighth, when it's $50 for an eighth of marijuana? And swag's not on the street anymore, so now the only marijuana that we can buy is rich people's marijuana, dank marijuana, you know, dank buds. And like, you know, and dank is not cheap. That's $50 an eighth. It's almost always been $50 an eighth. It's still $50 an eighth, kind of. I mean, it's not really. It's like, it's, you know, a lot less than that. It's like 20 now because they legalized. But I mean, it was $50 an eighth for a long, long time. So how the fuck do you pay that? I got 5 on it. Now, would you call the Loonies, right? Do you remember that song, I Got 5 on it? Would you call the Loonies socialists? Or communists? No, they're rapper dudes. They're like rapper dudes. They believe in gold chains and money and liquor and hoes and stuff. They're not. That's like me. I believe in those things too. I am not a socialist. You understand? I just, because it was so expensive to buy the fucking you want to know why I Got 5 on it was so popular? It's because when they legalized marijuana, you couldn't get an eighth of marijuana for less than $50, an eighth of marijuana. Do you understand how much money that is? That's more than gold. That is 8 times 50 is $400. That's gold weighs less for an ounce. It's kind of insane. So like, you know, and so how do we still afford to be... Oh, this guy's gonna fuck with me, I guess. No, wait, I don't want to drop it. Yeah. I'll just leave. Fuck you. Yeah, I'm running the free-for-all game with like logger set. I'm not trying to fuck with you. Go find somebody who's been opening chests. That's the point of this. You want to rob me for 2 blue trees? Well, you could easily just ride 5 seconds and go chop 2 other blue trees. That's the problem with humanity, too. They'd rather cause problems to other people than just go down the road and find your own blue tree, you know?
Happening is women, mothers, were increasingly going back to work to try to hit the target, to try to find a way to pay that mortgage.
Hit that target. We have to survive. You know, there was a really, really, really good show about this called Shameless. Shameless was so good. It was on Showtime. I watched it now 6 or 7 times all the way through. My life was shameless. There was times when I was in public school, but we didn't have a home to go home to that night, you know? It was, you know, we were like going home to a motel room and shit like that. Like I was in public school and shit, going to public school during the day and going home to a motel room at night, it was insane. Like there was times when life was that bad. My life was a lot like Shameless, and I'm like Frank. I'm a lot like Frank. I've been drinking and fucked up on the streets like Frank on Shameless for so fucking long. And I'm shameless about it, bitch. I am shameless about it. I've been fucking shameless. We're the lower class. We are shameless about it. You fucked us. You stole all our money. You made it impossible for us to buy a home. And you traipse around in your fucking Elon cars while you talk about your fucking oligarch theft. I'm sorry, but I don't like you guys. I don't like cops. I don't like oligarchs. I don't like the middle class. I don't like the upper class. I'm sorry. I'm not like you. I came up like Frank from Shameless. After a while, you know, you get to be like, you know, if you want to learn to, if you want to eat, you better learn to, you know, if you like that, you know, this is a Rehab lyric, and I don't like this lyric, but I do believe it. If you want to learn to eat in the lower class, you better learn to fucking steal. Like one of the things I did a lot of times in my life is go to hotels at like 7:15 in the morning and eat their continental breakfast. You ever done that? I used to do that for fun. I used to take girls to the hotel and get them compliments. You know, you want to get a girl, you want to get laid by a girl in the lower class, take her to a 5-star hotel and get her complimentary breakfast and don't pay for it. That'll get you laid in the lower class. It will. Trust me, when they see that you're a survivor and that you know how to fucking live and you're going to get by no matter what, they find it attractive. You know, I've never had a problem getting laid. Never had a problem. Even when I was 380 pounds, still did not have a problem getting laid. Because they know They know that I'm a survivor. I'm gonna live. I'm a winner. I'm a survivor. I'm a driver. I'm a winner. I'm not saying it because it's some fantasy. I lived the worst shit that most anybody's ever almost dealt with, short of the Holocaust. You know, I consider the teens about as bad as the 20s.
And what happened? The prices shot up.
You understand what I'm
More of
saying?
them went to
I'm saying that 2008 until about 2022 was about as bad as 1908 and until 1922. It actually was about as bad. It wasn't a world war, but financially for my people, it was kind of like a world war happened.
to work. The price
the bank crisis
shot up again. More of them went to work, and they got caught in a trap that no one foresaw.
Yeah, it's the rat race.
Least of all the families themselves.
Fuck the rats.
But if you thought mortgages
Fuck the
were
rats
bad,
in the rat
that
race.
was just the
Gas, gas, honk. Honk, honk, brake. Gas, gas, honk. You know what I'm saying? Fuck the rat race.
beginning. Fast forward to the 1960s, and America desperately needed a whole lot more college graduates to build the weapons and technology that would win the Cold War. The problem was most people couldn't afford college.
You know, once upon a time...
No, the problem is not that people can't afford college. It is that why is college a lot of money? No, you kind of screwed up the statement there. It's not that it's not that nobody can afford college. It's that why does college cost any money?
Nobody borrowed money to go to college.
I know it takes money to train a professor and put somebody there and pay them to sit there and teach kids. I understand this. So why don't we pay them to do that? Isn't that kind of what governments are for? They're supposed to be for the greater good. They're supposed to help pay so our kids aren't morons. Why does college cost any money at all? It's the greatest natural resource short of the kids. What's the second most important thing after the kids? It's their education. Why do we charge them any money for it at all? Why is that not state funded? I'm sorry, we have the internet. We have the internet now. We're smarter. We have all the world's knowledge at our fingertips. We are smarter people now. We're just smarter. It's time to start making smarter choices, such as why the fuck does college? Why do this is an old Dead Prez lyric, but you understand how much a scam the government is. It's like charging $100,000 for a bachelor's degree. That's how much a scam the government is. You know what I'm saying? I can't think of a worse scam than charging $100,000 for a fucking bachelor's degree. Of course that's the law of the land. Of course it is. That's trash. I don't know. I'm sorry. Not thinking of Naughty by Nature. That's Dead Prez. Dead Prez. I can't think of the lead singer's name of Dead Prez. What's his name? Oh my God. What the lead singer of Dead Prez is? We're bigger than hip hop. They were bigger than hip hop. They were so much bigger than fucking hip hop. I love Dead Prez. Definitely a top 5 rapper for me. You know what I'm saying? Definitely. Dead Prez, who is it? It's M1 and Stickman. Yeah, fucking A, man. They were crazy. You understand why they have names like this? It's because they've got street cred on the streets for being like these socialist fucking revolutionaries. And everybody's scared that they're the Black Panther Party because they pretty much are. And they make songs about, I'll read the lyrics to Soul Food. Here's a socialist food song by Dead Prez. Be healthy, y'all, right? It's all love. I don't eat no meat, no dairy, no sweets, only ripe vegetables, fresh fruit, and whole wheat. I'm from the old school. My household smell like soul food, bro. Curry falafel, barbecue tofu, no fish though, no candy bars, no cigarettes, only ganja and fresh squeezed juice from oranges. Exercising daily to stay healthy, and I rarely drink water out of the tap because it's filthy. Lentil soup is mental fruit, and ginger root is good for the youth. Fresh vegetable with the lentil stew and sweet yam fries with the green callaloo. Careful how you season and prepare your foods because you don't want to lose vitamins and minerals. And that's the jewel. Life brings life. It's valuable. So I eat what comes from the ground. It's natural and all this stuff. Dead Prez was a different band entirely. And they were like the most hardcore rap band that I can fucking think of. They wrote the hardest song that I've ever heard, which is Oh God, I kind of want to turn off my YouTube so I can play music, but I can't. I can't do this, so I'm just gonna stop talking about it.
You work your way through
Just
school.
another example of how the oligarchs win. I can't even listen to the music that I like because they fuck that too. They ruin everything they ruin everything we know. If you have fun doing something like drugs, sex, music, rock and roll, doesn't matter what it is, the oligarchs have full-blown killed that. Cool. They've either built some drug war against it or have full-blown actively tried to stop you. I mean, I hate to say it on such base levels, but I mean, yeah, if the oligarchs see you having fun, they're going to make it illegal.
And so the government started giving out loans to a select number of students.
Oop, what happened there? Oops.
And this small, innocent program was working. Kids who couldn't afford university before were now able to attend and help the American war machine. But this also got the higher-ups at these universities.
I love this kid. And help the American war machine. He didn't say it wrong. He said it correctly. And help the American war machine. That's like that is the truth.
Excited.
I mean that's what they want, and that's what they got.
We're getting more customers than we ever have before. How much money could we make if we got the US government to make these loans available to everyone? And so they pushed for the program to expand, and it did. By the mid-1960s, the government was paying out so much money to fund student loans that the federal spending topped $100 billion for the first time ever. And this made Congress nervous. All of this money was flowing out, but it took at least 4 years to see any sort of repayments. And when those repayments started, it came in small increments spread out over many years. This was back when Congress was at least a little concerned about not burying us in debt. But the president at the time, Lyndon B. Johnson, was a true believer in higher education. And so if Congress wasn't gonna budge, he would turn elsewhere for help. The banks. And by doing that, he created a debt trap even worse than mortgages, the modern student loan system. By the 1960s, just like with mortgages, the government started guaranteeing student loans. And although that may sound good in theory and it sure does get you votes, this meant that now the more student loans the banks dished out, the more free money they were gonna make, while at the same time, colleges started jacking up their prices. After all, if you were in charge of a college, why wouldn't you? Kids had more money to spend than ever before, and they were spending money that wasn't theirs, so they're not gonna penny pinch as much. You also have zero risk. If a kid drops out, the government is still gonna pay the bill, so it would be foolish not to raise tuition and let everyone in. If you own a restaurant and the government promised to pay all the customers' bills, why wouldn't you charge $1,000 for every dish? And so tuition skyrocketed. And to justify the skyrocketing tuition, universities started looking more and more like vacation resorts
Thanks,
instead
rich
of
people.
centers for learning.
Thanks.
But what you may not know is what many colleges are actually doing with all that money. Pouring it into perks. From upscale eateries to top-of-the-line movie theaters.
Why?
To water parks. Students living up in luxury dorms like never before.
And the masses had no choice but to fork it up and take the loan. And because everyone was drinking the Kool-Aid that higher education is important, gradually more and more employers started requiring college degrees for nearly all the 9-to-5 jobs out there. And so poor old Timmy over here has to take on a loan at 18 years old.
I always forget what we spend our money on. I do. I always forget what we spend our money on.
Negative financially before he even graduates. Today, tuition has risen by 1,200%, while inflation has only been 230.
Drugs. Mostly drugs. Drugs and luxury pool. Everybody needs to have a pool sometime in their life.
6%. Universities have become extremely powerful. Harvard has over $50 billion, which makes Harvard bigger than many nation-states like.
Why is Harvard bigger than nation-states? It's a fucking college. Oh my god. I hate these rich people. I just want to go sack and burn their fucking colleges. Take their money as a prize and save Lahaina. And save Chirac. I just want to go loot Harvard and save Chirac. I'm terribly sorry. I just want to I don't want to burn down the LA fucking projects. I want to burn down Rodeo Drive. That was the problem with we dealt with this in 94 or something like that. What did we do? We burned down the fucking projects. We shouldn't have done that. April 26, 1992. There was a riot on the streets. Tell me, where were you? You were sitting home watching your TV. I was participating in some anarchy. First stop we hit was my liquor store. I finally got all the alcohol I can afford. Red lights flashing, time to retire, and then we turned that liquor store into a structure fire. Right? See, and Bradley was proud to burn down the hood, but I stand with Roger Moore. Sorry, Michael Moore, who was like, why did we burn down the projects? We needed to burn down Rodeo Drive, then we wouldn't have the projects anymore. And he's absolutely right. If the LA people that have burned the fucking projects because of the first BLM thing over Rodney King, every time some white piece of shit fucking effing pig fucking, you know, kills some poor black man, right? Like, oh, yep, Kinkerboo, what's up? Yeah, and like, you know, and so our first BLM thing was Rodney King, and the problem with Rodney King is we got really angry at them for killing black men as police, so we burned down the projects. But the problem is we easily could have like basically walked to Rodeo Drive, stole everything in Rodeo Drive, and then the projects wouldn't be the projects anymore, and then the cops wouldn't be able to profile us for being poor and black anymore and try to pull me over for, how many times was I pulled over for drugs? I don't know, 45, 50, something like that. They only stuck something like 4 of them. There was like six, seven, I think. They stuck like 6 or 7, but they tried like 45 times to pull me over for drugs or something like that. It's fucking stupid. And like, I don't care what they think about that. I don't care what they think about that. That drug war thing, fuck you. You put most of my people in jail. Fuck you. You to me, you're traitors. You know what I'm saying? Like the American government, kind of. So, like, I don't know. I'm not trying to drum up shit against them. I'm just saying, the next time that you find yourself in a January 6th position of looting or raiding, you know, like looting or raiding some government place or some government office or something like that, consider the rich people that might be nearby, like Rodeo Drive, that might actually solve your problem. That looting and robbing and stealing from might actually solve your problem of poverty. Because had you looted, you know, Rodeo Drive, it wouldn't be the projects anymore. And that's my advice to you as kids. Go and loot Harvard, children. There's no reason why Harvard should have more money than any nation state in this country or in this world. If Harvard has more money than some countries, I don't believe Harvard should be an entity. Because Harvard is a college. Colleges should be nonprofit. And I'm ready to make that law of the land. I don't believe Harvard should be more powerful than some countries in Africa or something. I just don't really believe that. I don't think that should happen. I think that's some oligarch going fucking crazy on the wheel for 100 years, totally unchecked. And I kind of want them to completely get the fuck out of the education system before we have such a brain dead, brain rot fucking problem that the kids can't even like, you know, function. They're too dumb to know how to work a doorknob or something, you know? So, yeah, so...
like Latvia, Bolivia, Jordan, and more. And just like mortgages, these student loans that kids signed onto when they were 18, well, now it forces them to work for the rest of their lives. So the colleges are happy, the banks are happy, the politicians are also very happy, but up until 2005, if you were really down bad, you could at least file for bankruptcy and get your student loans canceled. We can't have that now, can we? We gotta keep them working forever. So that's why in 2005, the politicians passed the Bankruptcy Abuse Prevention and Consumer Protection Act of 2005, which made it next to impossible for you to default on your student loan. Today, people owe $1.74 trillion in student loans. That is bigger than the economies of Saudi Arabia, South Korea, and Australia. That's over 43.2 million Americans, many of which will be paying off this debt and much more in interest until the day they die. So much like mortgages, although student loans started off with somewhat decent intentions,
we're friends like
the
you
effects
who
are
needs
as clear
Nazis.
as the chains the middle class are bound by. Which concludes the third and final pillar they use to keep you in the middle class: bad debts. And when you combine all these 3 pillars together, 9-to-5 jobs, the education system, and bad debts, it's clear why for most people it feels like no matter how hard they work, no matter how hard they hustle, they can never seem to move up in life. The good news is that we are witnessing the end of the first pillar, 9-to-5 jobs.
When I was like 34, I
the
just
bad
gave up.
news
I
is
was
that
like,
what's
no, I can't
replacing
win.
it is even worse.
You can see the kind of work ethic that I have. But I mean, I can't win, so why play the game? Fuck that game. Fuck that worthless sucker's game of killing the lower class. Yeah, I don't play that game. I just didn't play the game. I just full-blown quit. I stopped doing it. I stopped doing homework way before I quit school. I I mean... And by quit school, I mean college, not high school. No, I don't know. I'm full now. Damn it, I don't want to be useful. Do I have any, like, items or anything? No, I just made it worse. Damn it. Your fucking inventory problems, you goddamn morons. I hate you so much. What do I do? I guess I'll drop flint, is what I usually do. You're so dumb. Fucking developers. I thought you were supposed to be smart, but consistently, I think the dumbest people that I have seen out of this community are fucking software developers. Consistently the most poor choices of everybody. Fucking software developers. I've got to be the dumbest pieces of shit on the planet. Fucking so bad at what they do.
Over the last 80 years, we've gotten a lot of new incredible technology. Computers, automation, the
VR helmets that we don't use.
internet, and more. This means that the average worker today can get a lot more work done compared to a worker in 1947. In fact, take a look at this graph. The same worker today can get nearly 5 times more work done compared to a worker from—
Because they have a cell phone? Yeah, because, yeah, the guy in the 50s had to go walk to the telephone thing and call the person. We just pull something out of our pocket and save 5 or 10 minutes, but I think that's about the only difference, really.
1947. So obviously, if a worker is 5 times more productive today, they should be getting paid 5 times more
Why?
money.
Because cell phones and internet? Yeah, I guess, yeah. That does upgrade, you know, some of our productivity. But I don't think it improves labor. I don't think it does any better than any labor. I don't know the difference between my grandfather's labor and my labor. I don't really see the difference. Why? Because I had a cell phone, I'm more efficient? I don't really see the difference.
Money, right? Or at least we should be able to work 5 times less and still get paid the same amount, right?
No.
Wrong. As you can see here, something strange happened right here in the 1970s where it all splits. Even though workers are being way more productive, as you can see with the productivity line, they're getting more work done, they're producing more stuff in the same amount of time, your wages, your salary have stagnated all the way until today.
40,000
And of course,
gil.
most people are still working 40 hours a week or more, even though they're making their employers way more money than ever. While the 1% has had it great. See, while the bottom 90% of wages have stagnated since the 1970s, the 1%'s wages have skyrocketed by 138%. And CEOs, they now get paid 296 times more than the average worker. See, the problem—
Guys, I think we might have a revolution coming. It's making me so happy in my anarchist soul. I think we might have if they're finally waking up to it, if they're finally waking up to the enslavement of the middle class and the death of America, maybe we might kill the oligarchs or whatever is necessary. Go to war with I don't mean kill. I mean, maybe we go to war with the oligarchs and take our fucking, our birthrights back. I think maybe the kids are smart enough still to stand with us. Hopefully, we'll see, because we need the kids to stand with us. Maybe we can stop this. Becoming aware of it is the first step. This is like the second or third time I've ever seen somebody else have a clue in this world. I think this is like the second or third time. I saw it a couple times when I was a kid, when I read, like, you know, crazy Russian novelists like Nietzsche and stuff like this, and other people. But overall, like, I'm not seeing somebody who actually knew what the game plan of the enemy actually is. You don't see that often.
Technology has always been that we would be in this utopia.
And when it's the public starting to tell the public, right? That's when you know the revolution might come, and we might lynch these fucking rich people before they kill us all and keep crashing boats into our bridges.
Where we will work less while getting more, and that has been the case.
We built those bridges, rich person, not you. You're not allowed to cut the funding to it so they fucking die. We built the bridges. We care about the bridges. We put you in power to make sure that bridge wouldn't fall down.
For the 1% though.
We also really don't want you crashing boats into it either.
The rest of the populace has stayed right where they need to be.
But you've been stealing money and doing nothing, so now, you know, we want you to do something.
There isn't, you know, as much progress happening as advertised.
You've been cracking the whip for 300 fucking years. I think it's time we crack the whip on you to live up your side of this fucking covenant thing. You have the power. You have to fix the problems.
And that rather than racing...
You have the power, which is the money. You have the power. You must fix the problems before we all burn.
Towards utopia or dystopia, the much bigger problem is one of, you know, relative stagnation.
I have the power!
You know, and it sort of manifests economically in that, you know, For the first time, we have a younger generation that's...
I've never even seen a hint of this. I've never even seen a fucking hint of the public waking up. I've never actually seen it. I have maintained it the last 3 years, and I'm going to say it now again. Woke to me is not some fucking idiot thing about pronouns and political correct. It's waking up in the morning and understanding that the government doesn't love you anymore and hasn't for 70 years, and are you a badass enough dude to do something about it? That is what woke actually is. That is what the actual fucking definition it is. It's what it's been for 27 fucking years, long before this weird tribalist bullshit war Trump started or whatever. It's
you know, not clearly doing better than...
Trump didn't start this. Bush started it.
Their parenting and...
But why? What happened in the 1970s that triggered this divide?
The corrupt fucking lobby?
Well, there are many reasons. The 1962 investment tax credit gave businesses tax breaks for investing in machinery and automation. Nixon took us off the gold standard in 1971, which meant that the money printer was let loose. Immediately, the dollar's value dropped by at least 50%, while assets like stocks shot up. But since only the rich own that stuff, the gap with the middle and lower class just widened. Then came the Trade Act of 1974, which incentivized businesses to relocate manufacturing overseas, which meant that those same factory owners could now use even cheaper workers overseas. While at the same time, there was the oil shock of the 1970s, which caused a recession and even more inflation, hammering the middle class even more. Then came the 1980s Wall Street culture of maximizing profit while screwing over workers. The 1990s saw the rise of globalization.
Maybe I should go to an investment firm like Goldman Sachs and apply as a day trader or something and make some real money, because when they ask me why I'm applying, I'm going to tell them I have endless renewable income on every market that I care about, which is all of the MMORPG markets on all the video games that are online that have millions of players or thousands of players, depending on what game it is. I have endless income on like 10 or so different MMOs that just rolls itself forward, and I have solved the markets of the toughest games in history, and I intend to come to the real life market and do the same here, so I can solve all of the problems of all the people that I ever met. And that's an answer that I think a Goldman Sachs executive is actually maybe going to appreciate a lot more than I want to be like Gordon Gekko.
Where we started importing cheap goods.
Because I've already mastered 20 markets, and I'm the master of those markets, and I'm here. I can log on and show you right now on this laptop if you would care to see. Here's EVE Online. Here's my endless income on the Hypernet. Here's FFXI. Here's my endless income as Goldsmither. Here's, WoW. Here's my income. Here's my endless income on, transmog sales. Here's New World. Here's my endless income chopping cactuses and trees. Here, here's blah, blah. Here's my endless income. And he's going to be like, well, you kind of look like a farmer. And I'm going to be like, yes, I want to farm day trade stocks for interesting companies that I believe in, like Canada Dry, this Winco Foods mixed nuts brand, Winco Foods, LG televisions, etc. I want to do brands that I believe in on a smaller stock basis and do day trades when the interest fluxes, and keep my finger on the interest of the stocks. And I think that's a good enough explanation to a day trader to get a job at a place like Goldman Sachs. Sometimes I think about it, that money's the only real barrier between me and all the things that I want, and I'm like, fuck money. Money is worthless.
Goods from Canada and Mexico, screwing over.
I think about that all the time. I'm like, money will not solve all of my problems. That is a fucking fantasy.
American manufacturing.
No, I'll die of cancer or something like that. Money can't fucking solve all my problems. I know. I'll die of being a lazy video gamer who's sat in front of a television screen for 50 years. I know what's going to happen. I know that money cannot get me out of my problems. So so I don't care. I just don't care. I don't care. I think about it all the time. I'm like, I could probably go and take this knowledge of cracking markets to some place that might actually matter and make some good change in the world. And then I think, no, money will not solve all of my problems. They won't. They will not solve all of my problems. My parents will still die. The world will still suck. I still will be too poor, probably. You know, it's just insane. It's.
China joined the World Trade Organization in 2000.
It's not think like, oh, I could just go quit right now and be like, yeah, I'm a successful streamer. I built a successful streamer business. I'm a successful taxi driver. I built a successful taxi driver business. Here's the business cards and proof and all this stuff. Like, here's the tax proof and all this stuff. And like, I built successful businesses in my lifetime. I am that guy who could easily step to the market and take it over inside of 5 years. I am the Gordon Gekko guy. I am the fucking Jordan Belfort. It's fucking stupid, but I am. I can step in. I'm confident of this. The way that I know the sun's gonna rise tomorrow. I could easily step in and dominate this market. These guys are so fucking stupid. They're so stupid. You can see the moves that they make, and they're fucking stupid. They can't play chess. Not on a high level. They don't know how to make 45 steps ahead. They don't know how to do it. All the time, I lose chess games if I do play them because I am thinking 45 moves ahead. I don't really care about move 8. I don't care about losing either. You know what I'm saying? I really don't care about losing. The Goldman Sachs trader won't like hearing that. But I'm going to say it in the interview. I'm going to tell him I don't care about losing either. To me, it's about learning enough to dominate these fucking idiots every single time that I see them. And learning enough is going to mean losses. But I need you to let me mess around with some of your fucking capital in some of these venture firms that I believe in, that are supplying me the products that I buy every day, so I can go and dominate the fucking market on a larger scale, and then take that money and go and solve every problem that America has. And when they hear that you're dead serious about this and you say, yeah, and by the way, guy, I'm on stream and 20 people are watching right now or whatever, and no, I don't have a lot of viewership because I scare every dumb person away. You know what I'm saying? I scare dumb people. All my life I've done it. I've got low viewership because I scare dumb people. All my life, they'll be like, shut the fuck up, brah. You talk too much, brah. Shut the fuck up, brah. You're fat. Or some shit. All my life, that's all they do. It's fucking stupid. They can't stand it. But I am. I piss off dumb people.
Which is when we started buying.
And so, you know, and so here we are, we're on stream, and it's always going to be low viewership. But on top of it, I'm so confident that I can win Goldman Sachs their fucking money or whatever, that I'll do it live on stream 14 hours a day for 7 days a week, and I'll sign a contract that says you can fucking fire me with no repercussions if I don't give you 140 hours a week, or 100 hours a week. And the executive's going to be like, 100 hours a week? And I'd be like, yeah, I'm going to do a stream of 100 hours a week, and I'm going to do every hour of all of those. I'm going to do 14 hours a day, every day for 7 days a week for like 5 years, and I will bring you the most money you've ever seen, the most money you've ever conceived of. I'm dead serious. I feel like this with the MMOs. If anybody ever believed in me ever, I would have completely toppled the world. I don't really think that they have the skill to step to me. Most of the time they don't. If they do, it's some game I don't play. You know what I'm saying? I play so many games across so many levels in so many ways. Shall we go win a game of chess against a master level PC computer? I don't know. I'll lose to him, but I won't lose very badly. You know what I'm saying? I'll lose to the Grandmaster chess computer, but I won't lose to it very badly, and I'm dead serious too. I feel this way about stocks. I feel this way about day trades and Forex and all this other stupid shit that I learned. And like, the more sober I got, the more I realized that like, I can't touch any of these things. I can't touch any of them, or I will just take them over.
Everything from China.
I pretty much took over New World. I mean, I've dominated whatever this. I don't even remember what the name of this server is. Is it Lilith? No, it's not Lilith. I don't even know the name of this fucking server, because I don't care where I am. I dominate wherever I go. I don't even know the name of this fucking server. I really honestly don't. I don't remember the name of this server. I'm really honestly trying pretty fucking hard. I am the richest person on this server, I think. I'm fairly sure. And I dominate all of the wood, the stone, the cactus, the food market, the water market, and the alchemical mats markets. I have most of the I cornered the cooking market by dominating cactus flesh. If you don't believe me, I'll just pull it up. I mean, I have the most cooking mats on the server. If you see this number, oh no, did somebody buy me out already? No, my God. No. Oh, no. They're competing. So there's me at 1,376. This is the cooking market. It is impossible to work the cooking market without the cactus flesh. I sit here like some kind of parasitic fucking tick dominating the cactus market, and no, I don't sell cheap. I don't sell cheap. No. I don't sell cheap. I don't. Not cactus, no. And it's fucking simple. Like, this stuff is simple to me. Dominating entire markets where thousands of people are working against me, and I step to the highest, best one, and I blow 50 grand like it's nothing, and they're like, what? And they're like, where did Gringo get 50 grand from? Yeah, I kind of control every market, kind of. I don't mean to, I just do by being here. I control the goldsmithing market. When I don't do the copper, their market goes up by 26% or something like that on this game. And then I control the hypernet market, kind of, in the respect that the most valuable things in the game, which are Master at Arms, cerebral accelerators, and ship hulls, I deal with 100 or so ship hulls every 3 days or something like that. Now, I don't know how many thousands of ship hulls are being sold, and of course, I don't do all of that business, no. But I believe I am the one doing the best solo business in the entire fucking scene. I guarantee I'm doing probably better than Loru in the respect that he has to bring in 4 accounts to make billions. I can do it without even paying for one. Doing it right now. I don't pay for this account. You can see by the yellow circle in the left corner. I don't pay for this account. But I'm dominating the market to the tune of, like, I control 1/10 of the ship hole market on the hypernet or something like that. Do you understand how much personal power that is to one single man? Now, I would like to give all of this money to somebody else if I liked anybody else, but I don't. So I just think about saving them wholesale at the end of it or something like that. And that's what I wish to do in the real life too. It's fucking stupid, but I wish to actually solve the problems. I think it's like the challenge it's the Gregory House challenge. How do you solve poverty? How do you solve the border? How do you solve the death of the death and the enslavement of the middle class? How do you solve serfhood in America? How do you solve slavery in America? How do you solve racism in America? How do you solve all of these things? I think you think of them as me tossing out pronouns or something, some kind of politically correct thug bullshit. I'm talking about the fucking solution to all of our systemic problems. And that is something I think both sides can fucking agree on, and which is one of the reasons why I work with both sides. I'm a progressive, or whatever you call it. I'm INR. I don't work for the Progressive Party. I would never vote for a progressive figurehead. I would never vote for a progressive figurehead. I'm going to always vote Democrat, particularly because it's the lesser of two evils. Which is how I know that I want to rewrite my fucking government entirely. Fucking annoying. I don't want to do it forcefully either. I want them to come to it like you know, you get more flies with honey. I want the government to come to me, and I want the government to fix their own problems. I don't want to fucking brutalize them. That's not in my style. All we have to do is let them know they're doing this stuff and tell them to stop, and they'll stop, and we'll have a better life.
The final nail in the coffin for U.S. manufacturing workers. And finally, we saw the rise of the gig economy, with gig jobs like
You mean stealing.
and DoorDash, where
I'm just kidding.
employers have found that not only is it cheaper to use overseas workers for manual labor jobs, it's also cheaper to use gig workers for service-based jobs here in the States. So as you can imagine, this trend of gig jobs is only going to continue, while 9-to-5 jobs are only going to
eventually all the McDonald's workers will be independent, and they'll be like, yeah, I'm a pretty good McDonald's worker, and I work like, 50-hour weeks at McDonald's, and I choose where I work, and they pay me pretty good. I get like $22 an hour. I can dream one day